Alright, so welcome back to the neural feed, and in today's video we are simply going to be building our own Facebook Messenger clone. And as you can see, we are on the authentication page, and I want us to quickly explore a few features or a bunch of features that we are actually going to be building today. Right, so what we are going to be doing is first of all, you can see that once we click on these two buttons, we can switch between a sign in and then a sign up, and then we also can use our email and password and everything here. So let me quickly start by logging in with Google, and so I just clicked on that button. We are just going to have to wait a bit, and then once the login is complete, we should be able to access the application in no time. Right, so okay, so it is actually complete, and we are going to be redirected in a second. So as you can see, we are here inside the users page right here. Now as you can see, all the list of users have been created right here. Right, so let me quickly try to have a conversation with a test user. So I'll quickly click on that. We have this loading that is going to appear, or this loading model that is going to appear, and then right after that we are going to enter the conversation that we have between test user and us. Right, so as you can see here, we already have a test message that I had sent, and then as you can see, because I am signed in, it shows that I am online. You can see my active status right here. We can show all of these things in real time. So what we are going to do is, I'm just going to push this to the side, and then I'll log in inside my incognito tab as test user, and then we can see the magic happen in real time. So I would say test user, just like this, and then I would sign in right here. Then you can see, okay, so sometimes the real-time display takes some time to show for some reason, but it will definitely show up. Right, so now that we have both of these bad boys in here, what I can do is, we can go here so that you see the real-time display of the messages that we are going to be sending. So you can see the first thing that I want us to be able to do is we can actually delete chats in real time. So being soluservant, I can simply just come and then click on delete, and then I can just delete this chat just like that, and you should see that the chat has been deleted in real time, and automatically I have been navigated to the conversations page right here. We can go back into people, and then we can try to chat with our test user again, and then you should see that the conversation will be created in real time right here. You can see it right here, and then you can see it right here too as well. Alright, then we can simply send a message by saying, hey man, and then I'll hit enter. We are going to have to wait a bit for it to load and send real quick. Right, so okay, you can see that it appeared here and appeared here in real time. I can quickly click on this chat as test user. I just saw it, and then you can see that because I just opened the chat like this right here, you should see that it has changed over here as what's seen by test user right there, all happening in real time. So I want to say something like, I want to send you a photo, just like that. So I just sent the message just like that. It will display, and okay, so you can see that it just showed here and just showed here. So I'll just come and click on the image icon. I click on browse and just select like some random photo right here. I'll just select this one, open. I can just double click too as well. Okay, it looks like the PC is not responding. Okay, so it's here, and you can see the photo would be sent immediately in no time. So you can see that the photo is here. When we click on it, we can maximize the photo just like that. Click on it, maximize the photo just like that. Alright, then I can simply reply by saying nice photo right here. Alright, So now that we know how or now that we can see our real-time chat occurring right before our eyes, what we can also do is we can also add, or we can create groups, right? So we can create a simple group right here and name the group, let's just name it test group right here. So test group right here, and we can simply add our members right here. Okay, and then by the way, like I said, maybe I didn't say it, but these are simply the users that had tried, these are simply our audiences, or our viewers that had tried the messenger clone right here, and I just want to say a shout out to them. All right, thank you very much for testing it. So now that we have this here, we can simply add like a couple of users, or a bunch of them regardless of the number. And once we are done adding them, what we are going to do is we're going to simply create it. So I want you to see the group being created in real time right here. So I just created the group, and you should see it being created. As long as I'm part of the group, you see that it is here in real time, nice and clean. If we go back, and someone sent a message by saying, hey guys, the message would be displayed right here in real time, and would also show here in real time, nice and clean. You can see it show here in real time. And then basically all the features that we passed in here, we can simply just pass it in here as usual. We can also delete a group as well by simply clicking on the delete button right there inside the profile, inside the chat drawer right there. All right, so you can see that the group chat has been deleted in real time. All right, so now that we have been able to set that up, the last feature, or one of the last things that I want us to look at, is we can actually change our name right here, or we can change our profile photo right here. Okay, so we can actually do that by clicking on any of these right here, and then we can also type in the name. So we can say maybe soluservant 1 or 2 or something like that, so 21. Then we can click on save changes, and you should see that it will save changes successfully. So if we go back, or if I refresh right here, you should see that this user's name will change to soluservant21 right here, like that, nice and clean, like that. So now that we have that, what we are going to do is I'm going to come here. You can basically try it in like different accounts, right? In different accounts, whichever account you want to try it in, you can simply try it inside all these accounts, nice and clean, like that. Right, so you can see that we just preview the image, and you can save, and you should see that the image will be saved nice and clean right here, like that, nice and clean. So yeah, that is basically all the things that we are simply going to be working on in a simple Facebook Messenger clone, having a nice, clean and responsive UI, as you can see right here. Alright, so yeah, let's not waste too much time, and let's just start the video. Hey, we are here with another video, and in this video we are basically going to be building our own messenger clone, right? So we want to be able to build our messenger application. We should be able to create groups, talk with friends, add friends and everything. And we're basically going to be doing this using NextJS 15. So let's not waste too much time and get started. So the first thing is you want to make sure that you've initialized your repository, right? So I have like this, let me close this, let me close that, this NextJS documentation. So yeah, these are basically some of the things we need to get started. But yeah, you need to make sure that you have initialized your repository. You've created your repository, then you copy your code, you come and then you clone it inside your VS Code or Keza. I'm using the Keza code editor because like it has the AI and everything, makes things faster. But yeah, that's basically it. Okay, so let's start by installing or running the NextJS command. So we'll say npx create next app, right, at latest. Then we'll say TypeScript. We want to make sure that it's TypeScript. TypeScript, so TypeScript, and then Tailwind. Then when we are done, we'll hit enter. Then we are going to be asked a few questions. Just follow through and we should be able to get our project started. So it's basically going to ask us for it's going to say that do we want to add like this, create NextJS app 15 and then we select Y, and then we'll keep installing, and then it will ask us a few more questions. So I'm going to wait a bit, or let me just pause it, then when it's ready I'll just resume. Okay, so apparently it didn't ask me that because I already have the NextJS 15 on my machine. So it's just asking me for the project name, and then for the project name you can give it any name, right? We can give ours Neurofeed Messenger if we want. I mean, it doesn't change anything, so you can say Neurofeed Messenger, hit enter. Says ESLint, yes. Do you want to code inside the SRC? No. App router, yes. Turbo pack, let's go with the normal webpack. Yes, we want the import alias, we want that, and so for this one we just hit enter, and then it will quickly create this really cool boilerplate over here, and then it would install the dependencies accordingly, right? So what I'm going to quickly do is, let me just pause the video, and then once the dependencies are fully installed, we'll move on to basically do some cleanups. Okay, so we can see that the packages have been installed successfully, and so we want to first of all cd into our Neurofeed Messenger, and then we would say npm run dev. Then it's going to start the, okay, so it says port 3000 is in use. Yeah, it actually is. So let's just use so I'll just hold control and click on the localhost 3001, and it should open it up inside the browser for us. So if we go inside the browser, we'll see it open up over here. Okay, so you can see this is basically the boilerplate that we have, but we don't need all this, right? So what we are going to do is we can just put this on the side, then okay, I want it to be arranged uniformly, so I'll just, okay, nice. So now that we have this all worked out, the first thing that we want to take into consideration is the cleanups. Okay, so what are we going to do? Let's first of all go to our app folder here. This is basically where, so in this folder you can see that we have the layouts.tsx and we have the page.tsx, right? So what we can do is we can just come here, clean all this, and then just start with a div, and then inside the div we can just enter this p tag, enter some random text, right? And yeah, some random class name, and then also like a random text, just so we can test that our stuff is actually working. Then let's remove this next image so that we don't get that error. Okay, so we are done removing that thing at the top there. The next thing we want to do is we want to basically go to the layouts.tsx and do some cleanups there too as well. Okay, so first of all, I don't think we need this local font, so we can just remove that, remove all this too as well. We can just use the Google fonts, right? Then what we want to do right now is, you see the title here, you see the title that we have here, we can easily just change that. So you see that the previous title we had was create next app, right? So for the title here, we can just say neural feed messenger, and you should see that it would, we have to save. Yeah, so you can see, okay, yeah, we are going to get an error, but we'll fix that immediately. So neural feed messenger, then we can make the description to neural feed messenger. Then you see this part, let's quickly add like some random Google fonts. So just say import inter from Google fonts, from the next Google font, right? So import inter from the next / Google font, so /font / Google, right? Then right after that, we'll come here, we'll come into the class name here, right? And then we'll say we want to set it to what, inter.class name, right? So because of the new code editor that I'm using, the Cursor code editor and the AI, it can predict what I'm trying to put in there. So I just have to hit the tab key, and then it automatically fills out, right? But I mean, some of you are not using it, so let's just type it out. So inter.class name, right? Then right after that, we just save and everything should be fine. So you can see this is basically the stylings that we applied. In case maybe you don't believe, you can just come and see color. See, the color should be like blue 500, sorry, text blue 500. Yes, yeah, it's been a while I used Tailwind, so text blue 500. See that it has changed. Now the second thing, or the next thing that we want to work on, is we want to go to the global.css and then clean it up. So we'll just remove this part of it, and we'll leave the Tailwind because we want to use Tailwind in our project. And then the next thing we are going to do is we're going to say HTML, then we are going to take the body too as well, right? And then we are going to take it, the root. Then inside the root, we just set the height to 100%. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So right after doing that, our project should look something like this. Then right after that, we need to go to our Tailwind config.ts, and then let's remove whatever is inside this extend object, right? So it just becomes this simple thing here. Okay, and yeah, that's basically it for the first part of this video. We are just setting up our project so that we can be able to use it. And so yeah, that's basically it. And I want us to quickly work on the authentication page. Okay, so for that, we want to make sure that the authentication page is the root routes that we have here, right? Localhost 3000. But we don't want to write everything here. We want to create like a separate dedicated folder for it. So for that, we can come here and create a new folder, bring the brackets, and then name that site, and then inside we can just move this page.txx into the site folder, and we can just, if we change, so we can say something like index, and you can see that the changes just reflect automatically without really affecting our project in a bad way. So now that we've been able to set this up, we want to next add the logo that we'll be using, right? So for the logo that we'll be using, we'll come to the public and we'll create a new folder called images, and then inside the images you go to where you downloaded your logo for your app. It could be the messenger logo, it could be any logo that you want to use, and you can just drag and drop it there, name it logo.png, and then start using it. So in our situation, right after we are done dropping the images, or right after we are done dropping the logo image, what we want to do is we want to come and clean this. Let's quickly clean this. Then inside the div that we have here, right, we want to add a few class names. So I'll quickly open this class name, and then inside let's add, so no, okay, so yeah, this is basically about, let's not do that. So so the first thing we are going to add is flex, right? Then right after flex, we want to say that we want to add this min h full, and I'm sure some of you will be wondering why we are, or how come we are getting these snippets. And for you to be able to get these snippets, you have to use the Tailwind class, the Tailwind extension here, right? So you can just search Tailwind, and then you see the one with 8 million downloads. I think Brad DLC, yeah, Brad LC, and yeah, you download that one. Should provide you with the real style. If you hover over it, it should provide you with the real stylings, and if you are typing to it, it should provide you with the snippets that you can easily work with, right? Then we say flex score. Say flex score. Right after that, we'll come and say justify center. Justify center. Alright, then we say py, or padding. Oh, so padding vertical is 12, so py, and then we want to say what, sm, or on a smaller screen, we want to set the padding horizontal to 6. Okay, then now that we have this all set up, what we want to do now is we want to quickly come and add a div and also an image right inside it, right? So for that div, we'll quickly come and then create the div. Then inside we are going to add a few class names. So the class name is going to be what? Class name. So class name is going to be what? SM MX auto SM, so W full, then SM max W, so SM max WMD, right? Then right after that, we'll come right below here, and then we would add our image. So add the image, and then we are going to be importing that image from next/image. Then you close it because it's a self-closing element or self-closing tag. And then right inside, we make sure we set the src, or we set the source to be images slash logo.png, right? Then right after that, we set the alt set the alt to be what? Logo, and then you come right below here and then set the width to be 48, and then we'll come below again, set the height to as well to 48. Then let's not forget the last class name we give it. That's going to be what? mx. So we say mx auto and width auto. Okay, nice one. Okay, so you can see that we have the logo here, nicely done. Then let's take it out of here. So now that the logo is done, we want to add one more text. So the text, we are going to use an h2 tag, and then inside that h2 tag we say sign in to your account. So right after doing that, we need to come and add a class name. So for the class name, we say mt6 text center text 3 extra large or 3xl text 3xl. Then we say font bold, then we say tracking type, and then we say text gray 900. Alright, so right after doing this, we realize this is what we are basically going to be having inside that's basically what we are going to be having inside our authentication page for now. We want to quickly move on to work on the form, the authentication form. So let's not waste too much time. We're going to quickly install a number of packages beforehand. So just say npm I. Then we want to first of all install Tailwind forms. So say Tailwind forms. Okay, Tailwind css /forms, right? Then we just give some space, then we install the CLSX, then we also install React icons. So React icons. Then the last thing and the most important part is we need to install React hook form. All right, then you can see when we come into our packet.json, I just realized that Next 15 uses React 19. So obviously we're going to be getting a few errors if we install packages, right? So in order for us to be able to bypass them, we just use legacy peer deps, and we can just hit enter, and that should install all the necessary packages that we need. Alright, so knowing that these packages are being installed, let's set up a few more things. We want to first of all go to the tailwind config.ts, and then inside the plugin side, what we want to do is we want to require Tailwind /forms, right? So we want to require this Tailwind /forms, and then we make sure that we set the strategy. So the strategy is basically going to be that one. We just open up this bracket, then inside we create an object, then we set the strategy, the class. All right, so this is how we will require Tailwind forms inside our tailwind.ts.config.ts, right? Then right after we are done with that, what we are going to do is to quickly go to the page.tsx here, and then we need to work on an auth form component. And then with this auth form component, where we are going to be using it is right in the middle of between the last two divs, right? So I'll just say auth form and we'll quickly create that. Okay, so we'll quickly create auth form. So in order for us to create that, we'll come here inside this site here, then we'll create a component folder. Then inside the component folder we have auth form. We have auth form.tsx. Then inside the auth form.tsx, let's quickly just set it up and then come back so we can import it. So it's already imported inside from the component folder, then auth form. So inside the auth form, we want to now do a couple of things, right? The first thing we want to do inside the auth form is we want to be able to determine, or we want to be able to import React hook form and then set up a few more things. Okay, so what is the first thing? So inside here we want to create a certain div, right? And then we'll apply certain things to it. But let's come here and then do a few things. So inside we're going to say const variant. Okay, so we have const variant and we set the variant. So let me just type it out so you don't get confused. So set variant. Okay, then inside we say what use state. Then this use state we would import from the top, and then we would say we want it to be what, log in, right? So even though we want it to be logged in, we are going to take this variant, right, and we are going to set a type with it. So we say type variant. So variants can only come in two types, right? So it can only come in as login. So it can only come in as login or as register. Okay, then once you are done, we'll come here and then come and pass the variant type into this use state. So you realize when we want to pass it in, we'll get two options, that is either the login or the register. So we can just pass in login by default. Then under here we will come and say, oh, it's loading. So let's check for is loading. So I would say is loading. Then I'll set is loading. I'll set is loading to be equal to use state. Then we set that to what, false, right? Cool. So now that we have this all worked out, we want to quickly work on what would help us toggle the variant or change the variant. So in order for us to do that, we can just give like a few more spaces and say const toggle variant. So const toggle variant, and then after setting up your arrow function, you want to come down and then write a couple of if statements. So we can say if the variant is equal to login, right? We want to first of all set the variant to register. Okay, if it's already logged in, we want to set the variant to register. Then but if it's not logged in, we want to set the variant, but if it's logged in, we set it to register. But if it's registered, we want to set it to login. That's basically what we are saying here, right? Then right after setting this up, we make sure that this variant is put inside a use callback, right? So basically here's what it is. This place is basically going to say use callback. Okay, and then after this use callback, you come here and then come and close the brackets. So use callback and then brackets, right? Let me write it out. I want to write it out so that people don't get confused. So I'll say use callback, right? We import use callback, then we open up the bracket here. I'll delete the bracket that is behind, and come here, come and close the bracket. Then right after this curly braces, we bring in our variant. Okay, so it depends on this variant that we have here, the value of this variant that we have here. Right, so understanding how this works, or basically understanding that we've made this thing work, would help us go to the next step. That is, we want to also work with the React hook form, so we need to write like a couple of functions to help us work with that. Now that is going to be const, then we'll open up like an object. So we'll open up the object and we say register, then we say handle submit. So okay, register handle submit. Oh, come on, it's not responding. Okay, it's back. So register handle submit, and then we'll apply our form state. What? Yeah, the code editor quit on us, but yeah, we'll get it back on. So okay, the terminal should open up in a second. Let me quickly pause the video. When I reset up the project, or when I rerun the project, we can just continue. Okay, so we are back, and yeah, so over here we want to write form states, right? So form state, and we passing the error. Then inside over here we come and equate it to use form, and then this use form we'll get from we'll get it from the React hook form, and then we have to pass in the field values, okay. Then so field values, we have to import that also. Then right after, we open up our brackets, then we open an object, then we'll just hit enter. Then inside this object we want to pass in default values. Okay, so default values is going to be set to like a number of objects, or a number of key value pairs, right? So the first one is going to be name, and then name is going to be an empty string, and then we are going to be having email and password. Email and password. Alright, cool. So right after we are done setting this up, what we want to quickly work on is one more function, and that is going to be the onSubmit function, right? So for that, what we are going to be doing is we need to first of all create a const. Okay, we're going to create a const. So we say const onSubmit, right? And then inside we set the type of it to submit handler. So submit handler, right? Then inside, so this submit handler we need to import, so we import that. Then inside we pass in the field values. Then we know that we need to take in this data. Then we set up our arrow function. Then right inside it, we need to set its loading to true. Set its loading to true. Okay, set its loading to true. Then right after, we come here and then write our if statement. So we want to say if the variant is equal to login, we want to quickly do the login stuff, right? So we log in here, and then if we check the variant, and then we realize that the variant is equal to register, we basically just do the register stuff, right? Okay, so right after setting this up, there's one more function that we need to write, and that is the const social action. So const social action, or social sign in. Okay, so social action, so that is going to be taking in a parameter of the action, and then we want to make sure that the type of the action is string, right? The bracket is already closed. We basically create our arrow function, then inside we just set loading, set is loading, set is loading to true. Okay, okay, but I'm just wondering a little bit, like, why isn't this loading showing up here? Oh yeah, I know why. Yeah, we mistakenly took away the return, so for that then we just close this. Okay, I'm coming. Let's quickly cut this. I mistakenly took out the return that was supposed to be there. Yeah, I didn't even take it out. It's right at the top here. It's right at the top. So let me clean this and paste it here. Okay, nice. Now it says that I think it's saying that we haven't, so it says use states. Okay, let's check. Okay, there's already use states, use callback. What else is missing? Fail to compile. You're importing a component that needs use state. Okay, okay, yes, so I've seen the issue. The issue here is we didn't set this as use client, so let's not forget. Use clients here. Okay, so we just refresh this and we should see the auth form show up over here. Okay, nice. So now that we have this all worked out, what we want to quickly do is we want to come down into this part of, so let's quickly add the brackets. Then inside here we need to put in like a bunch of elements, all right, a bunch of divs with their own stylings, right? So for the first div that we have here, we're going to quickly say empty or margin top 8, right? Then we say in smaller screens or SM, then we give it mx auto, right? Then we say SM again, we give it the width full. Okay, then for SM again, then we give it what, max with medium, right? So this is it. Then right after doing that, inside this div again, we want to apply a few more stylings or a few more class names, and that is, we'll come here and then we say give it a bg white here, then we give it a px4, then we give it a py8 shadow sm rounded, lg sm px10. Get it? So right after setting this up, we want to come down here and then apply a form. Okay, so we set up this form and we will just take off this action. Okay, we set up this form, take off the action. Then inside this form we want to basically pass in a certain input value. Okay, so but let's just apply a class name here. So our class name for the form is going to be space y6 space y6. Then we basically set this on submit. So the on submit is going to be the handle submit, right? And then this handle submit we are going to be getting from the React hook form, and then we pass in the on submit inside. So right, so nicely done. Now the reason why we are passing in us on submit before we pass, the reason why we are passing handle submit before we pass on submit is because we need the fields that we are specifying inside the form here. So without setting it, because I mean by normal sense, like if we just pass in us on submit like the usual, it's supposed to just do whatever it's doing, right, with the data. But we need this data, and then this data is coming from the handle submit, the one that we defined here, right? To screw up, the one that we defined here, right? So that's basically how it works. So now that we understand that, let's quickly come here and then set up our input. So I would say here input, then we need to go back here and then create an input for this. So for this, what we'll do is to come here and then create a new component folder. So we'll say components, then inside we'll create inputs. So create an inputs folder, then inside we'll create an input.tsx. Then inside this input.tsx we want to get rid of the error, so I'll just import some random thing. I'll just do some random thing and then come here, come and import it. So you can see that it's actually importing this using the @ app and stuff, like the aliases, right? The thing that we did at the beginning of NextJS setup, right? So over here I would want us to add these things, but let's go inside here and then set up a few things first, right? So what are we trying to set up now? What we want to set up inside the input is, first of all, let's set the use client. Okay, then over here what we are going to do is we are going to have to set up a certain type or a bunch of types, right? So but before that we need to import. So we'll say import, then we import what? The field errors. So imports field errors, right? So field errors, then field values, then we import use form register, okay. So now that we have these bad boys all set up, okay, what is the issue here? Yeah, it actually exists. Okay, so yeah, so we have to set up the interface. Let's type it out. So the interface is going to be what? Input props. So input props, then we bring the curly braces, then inside here we set up the label, and then we say the label is going to be string, okay, the label is going to be string. Then we would say that we need to set the ID to be string as well. Then we come down here, set the type also to string. Then we come down, set required to be boolean. Okay, then we come down here, then we set register. We set the register to be use form register. Use form register, and then we set it to what? The field values that we imported, right? Then right after that, we will come down here and then set the errors. Set the errors to field errors. Okay, then the last one is this disabled, to set disabled to be a boolean. Okay, nicely done. So right after setting this up, what we need to do right now is we need to come into this our input here. Then we say, oh, this input is going to be a react.functional component, right? So react.fc is going to basically take or handle the input props here. Then inside we can just pass in or everything. So we have the label, the ID, the type, the required, register, errors, disabled. Nice. So right after getting this, the next thing we want to work on is this. So inside here, we want to first of all have the first div. Okay, so the first div, then inside the first div we have to apply a label element here. Then the HTML4, we make it ID. Okay, then right after that we set the class name. We set the class name to block text, right, SM, so the text SM. Then we need to set to font medium, right? Then we say loading 6. Then text gray 900, right? Nice. So right after setting this up, we need to come inside here, inside this label here. Then we pass in our label prop. Nice. Right, so having this, we come right below it, and then we create another div, and then this div is going to have its own class name. So that is going to be class name mt2 or margin top 2. Then inside here we come and put in like a normal, we come and put in a normal input. So we can just take the normal inputs that HTML provides us. So inside this input here, we're going to be passing in a number of properties, and the first property is the ID, and in the ID we are going to pass in ID prop here. Then inside here we say that the type, we want to set the type to, okay, set the type to what, set the type to type. Then we set autocomplete to the ID, that is if we want. So no problem at all with that. Then over here we need to pass in a certain you're going to do something here. So we're going to take this register, right? So we'll say dot 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 register, then open up this bracket, and then we'll say take in the ID and required. Okay, so right after setting this up, you can come down here and then say disabled, and then we set disabled to disabled, right? And right after, we are going to come below this disabled and then apply a class name using the CLX, right? The CLSX, right? So we'll come down here and we say class name, and then this class name is going to open up this, right? Then we say CLSX. So we just imported CL. Okay, I think we need to import it first, so has to be okay. So we just imported it. Now our styling is going to be long over here, so let's use the backticks so that we can just divide things, make them like roll down, right? Because if we use the normal double quotes, we'll get errors when we try to roll things down, right? So the first styling is going to be form input. Now how come we are adding a class name called form input? That is possible because of the fact that we installed and required the Tailwind CSS forms, right? So yeah, let's go back inside here. Okay, we are getting some errors here. So we'll pass in all the necessary props, but let's quickly work on this. So for the form input, then we add block, we add width full, then we come down here to come and add rounded MD. So rounded MD, then we add we'll add the border 0, then we make sure that the PY or the padding vertical is 1.5. Then let's not forget the text gray 900, then shadow SM, let's not forget ring 1. Oh, come on. Ring 1, then ring insert, ring gray. Okay, so so ring insert, then we can set our ring gray to 300. We make sure that we set the placeholder text to as well to gray 400. So placeholder text to gray 400. Then we set the focus to ring 2. Alright, we set the focus to ring 2. Then we set the focus ring to insert, so focus ring insert. Then we set the focus ring again over here to ring sky. Right, we can set it to ring sky, right? But I want to set it to ring indigo 600, right? I want to set it to ring indigo, so you can just remove this part. Then ring indigo 600, then we set this to SM, so on small screens make sure that the text is small, and then we make sure that the leading is 6, right? So I think we made a mistake somewhere. Yeah, I think right around here. So this one too, let's make it leading. Alright, nice one. Now that we've been able to set all these bad boys up, right, we are going to have to bring a comma here, and then we'll add in a few more props. So you see, after the comma, oh yeah, we need to add a comma here. After the comma, we need the errors, and then this errors is going to be defined by their IDs. Then we say, oh, if this particular error occurs, right, give us the following styles. Make sure you turn the focus ring to rows. Turn the focus ring to rows. Right, so it's going to be ring rows 500, right? Then right after doing that, we come down there, and then we set the disabled to as well, to opacity. So the disabled, we set that, so we check for disabled, right? So in case it's disabled, we set the opacity to 50, and then set the cursor to default. Okay, nice one. So I want us to quickly format this so that it looks good. Okay, wish I could just nice. All right, so right after setting it up like this, what we quickly want to do is we want to go back into the auth form here, and then we'll apply all these properties to it. All right, so inside here we can quickly set the ID. You can set the ID to what? To name. That is, if we let's first of all set the ID to email, right? So this email ID is going to have the label to as well, going to be email, right? Then we can set the register to be register, right? Then right after that, we set the errors to be errors. Then we set the disabled to is loading. Okay, nice. So right after doing this, okay, let me remove this. Okay, nicely done. Right after doing this, if we open up the project, you realize that we have this really nice and cool you have this really nice and cool styling here. Okay, nicely done. Right, so this is basically going to be the first part of the Auth UI that we are going to be building, and then in the next one we'll work on the buttons and the other things that would help us complete this Auth form. I want us to quickly continue from where we ended, that is putting in the email side over here. Okay, so I want us to quickly add the password. So in order for us to do that, let's just copy this and then paste it here. Then we just change the ID to password. All right, we change the ID to password, we change the label to password, we change the type to password. All right, and then we leave the register at register, we leave the error as at the error side, and we leave the disabled inside is loading, right? So our disabled prop or our disabled state depends on its loading. Right after doing this, what we are going to do is, you see this side, what we could do is we can just copy this side, right? I can just copy this side, come and paste it here. Okay, but what we'll do is, you see your sign in and your sign up, or your login and your register, they behave differently, right? For register you want to take some extra data, so we might want to add like a name, like a simple name field, right? So for the name field, we can simply just create this curly braces over here, then we bring it down, then we say, oh, let's check if the variant is equal to what, register, right? If it's equal to register, then I need us to, if it's equal to register, I need us to basically render this inputs. Okay, so we are just going to take this one and then bring it down here, and that should basically work it out. So in our situation, right after doing this, you realize that if we change the variant to register right now, that is, if we come here, so the default variant is login, right? So if you change it to register, you'd see the difference. Register, it's so if you change it, you see, okay, yeah. So the reason why we are still seeing email is we've not changed the properties inside. So here we make it name, then the label 2 becomes name, then we leave the rest at wherever they are, right? Just like how we did for both of these two bad boys here, right? So understanding how this one works, let's switch it back to our normal login like we did before. Okay, nice and clean. All right, now that this has been able to work out, we need to add one more thing. Okay, now this thing that we are going to be adding is going to be the div. Okay, so we are going to add a div right at the bottom here, and then that is going to be just div. Okay, it has to be small letters. Okay, so inside this div we are going to add a button, a button component. Okay, so we are going to quickly create the button component in a second, but let's quickly just add it like this. And as you can see, if we try to import the button, nothing would show, like we've not created it, right? So in order for us to be able to create our buttons, we need to come here and then create, we can just create a button inside the component, because button is just one, it's just one component. Like, we are not creating multiple varieties of buttons, right? It's just one component. So let's just do RAFCE and then button, and let's quickly go back to the form here and import this button, right? Like importing it, so import it like this, right? Then when we go up there to go and look at it, you realize it has been imported with this alias, right? So okay, so you can see our button is here. Nice. Now that we have the button out here chilling at the corner, what we want to do now is we want to quickly go inside this button component and then display or pass in a couple of things, right? And do some stylings and stuff. But before we do that, let's quickly set the text inside the button. So for the text here, we'll check if the variant is equal to login, right? If it's equal to login, we just put in the sign in button, okay. But if it's equal to register, but if it's equal to sign up, we just put in register, right? Okay, cool. So now that we know and understand how this works, what we are quickly going to do is you're going to go into the button and then start applying certain props and also the stylings. So let's quickly go into the button. Now this is the button, right? First of all, since we are going to be passing in doing certain things to this button, or we are going to be making it interactive, let's not forget to add our use client over here at the top here, right? Let me type things out. I want to make sure that you're following, so let me intentionally type things out instead of making the AI completed for me, so that you can easily follow what is going on. So we have the use clients there. Then we want to make sure that we are importing the CLSX from CLSX. And the reason why we are doing this is because it will help us apply like multiple stylings with multiple conditions. All right, now right after importing it, what we want to do is we want to come down here, and then this interface. So we are going to create an interface and then name it button props. Right, then inside this button props we are going to pass in a few props. Right, so what are the props that we are going to be passing in? The first prop that we are going to be passing in is we are going to be passing in the class name. Okay, or if we like, we can just pass in the type first, because maybe we don't want to be confused. So we can just pass in the type, and then we pass in the button. So the type is, it could be a button, right? It could be a submit, right? It could be a button, it could be a submit, or it could also be a reset and then an undefined. Okay, so reset and undefined. Okay, the undefined has to be like this. Okay, so now that we know this, what else do we need? We need to check for the full width. So the full width, we set the full width to boolean. No, it has to be small letters. So boolean. Then we come down and then we say, oh, look for the children. So the children is going to be what? React node. If you guess that, get yourself what? Bread and egg. So yeah, so we have this, and then we have to check for the onClick too as well. Oh, okay, so onClick, and then we make sure we set it to what? Void. Nice. Then right after, we say secondary, then we set that to boolean, then we say danger, okay, then we say class name, we set that to a string. Okay, then yeah, one more thing, yeah, we forgot to pass in the disabled. So disabled obviously has to be boolean. Okay, so knowing this, okay, I mean basically knowing this, I don't know why the class name, okay, a class name string. So knowing this, we are going to have to pass in the button props over here. So what we'll do is we'll just bring this, then we'll say react, we'll call react, then we'll take the fc inside it, then we link it, so we just link it to the button props interface, right? Then inside here we'll come and write the type. So write the type, the full width, you get it, the children, the onClick, right, the secondary, the danger, then the class name, class name, right? Then yeah, one more thing, the disabled. Okay, nice. So now that we know what is going on, now that we've been able to work out what is supposed to happen here, what we are quickly going to do is, let's remove this and create a new, okay, my mouse do be tripping sometimes though, so I'll just remove this and I'll open this up, right? Then right after, we want to add the native button component here. Then what else do we want to do? Inside this button component, we want to add the children. All right, so it's going to receive like a number of things, like, you know, a number of text, so whatever we want to pass inside the children here. All right, then right after doing that, we need to pass in the props to the button. So here we'll come and say this button needs a type, then this type is going to be set to type. Do you get it? Then we would say disabled, then this disabled should be equated to what? Disabled. You get it? If you don't get it, forget about it. So I'll just add the onClick, and the onClick is also going to be taken from the onClick prop here. Okay, then we can also add the class name. For the class name, we are going to be using the CLSX. Okay, so let's just say class name, and then for that we will just bring this curly braces, then we say CLSX, then we'll open this bracket. Then because we basically want to, like, you know, apply stylings in the vertical direction, we don't want to use this, because like we could use this, bring comma, use this, and you know, we use the double quotes, bring comma, use the double quotes, and do whatever we want to do, right? But in our situation, we want to, I don't know, like it becomes too long, it becomes long like this, right? I don't want that to happen. I want you to be able to follow and use all the styles without me having to like expand the screen. So what we are going to do is, I'll just bring the back ticks, and let's bring the back ticks like this. Then right after, we just apply, so we'll say flex, right? Then we'll say justify center, then I'll say what? Rounded MD, right? Then let's not forget the px3, no, I said I'll type it out. px3, then we will just add the py2, right? py2, then we would say text sm, then we would add the fonts. So text sm, we'll add the font semi-bold, so the font semi-bold. Then we set the focus, so whenever it's focus visible, we set it to outline. So we set focus visible to outline. Then why do we keep set focus visible to outline, then we set focus visible, we set focus visible outline 2. Okay, so when it's focus visible, we set it to outline 2. Okay, so set it to outline 2. Then we also make sure that we set another focus visible property. Okay, so focus visible property, then we set that to outline offset 2. Okay, so outline offset 2. Okay, then right after doing that, we want to make sure that it's a transition, right? So it doesn't just, you know, it doesn't just, you just hover over it and the colors just keep blinking up and down like anyhow, right? So right after doing this, what we want to do is we quickly want to bring this comma. Then we are now come to add stylings based off of condition or props, like availability of props to the button, right? So as you can see over here, we are saying that if the button is disabled, right, we need you to do something, right? Now what is that? We want you to say that the opacity should be 50, and then the cursor should be default. Okay, the cursor should be default. All right, nice. Then we are not done. We are going to come down here again. I'm going to come down here, and then we set the full width. We set the full width to w full. Okay, then we'll come down again, and then we'll say secondary. So for the secondary, we just say text grade 900. Then say text white. Okay, so now that we've been able to set the secondary up, we want to come down here and then add one more. No, it's not one more, but like, you know, yeah. So danger. So when the prop is danger, or when danger is available, what we want to do is we want to say rows. So bg rows, right? Bg rows 500. Okay, then we apply on hover. So when it's like, you know, when you hover over it, the bg rows goes to 600. So 600, right? Then right after doing that, you make sure that when the focus is visible, so focus visible, we set out to outline, and so like outline rules 600. Okay, I think we are getting an error here. That is because of this comma. Nice. So when it's not, when we want to make sure that bring this comma. Okay, so we want to make sure that when it's not secondary or danger, we want to print out, or want to produce or show a certain type of button with like a certain type of styling, right? So we say if it's not secondary, right, and at the end of the day it's not danger, we want to show like a certain type of styling, right? So for that, we just open this up, and then we say bg indigo 500. Then whenever you hover over it, you get what? Whenever you hover over it, you get what? You get a bg indigo. So indigo 600, and then whenever focus visible, I mean, it's basically this one. So just copy this, paste it here, but like, you know, we change this to indigo. Right now, right after doing that, we need to remove one. So yeah, one more, and let's not forget that we can also pass our class name in here. Okay, but I want to see what the error is. Okay, so this was the error, or we are still getting more errors. Let me see. It says unexpected token button identifier. That's weird. Let's look at this. Why does it keep underlining it though? Yeah, we forgot to add this one. Yeah, so we are checking if it's not danger, if it's not secondary and it's not danger, then produce this. So you can see this is basically this is basically button here, right? So we want this button to fill this page, and then you can see that we have a property here that says when we set the button prop to a full width, or when we set full width to true, it should say that the button, like, it should make the button fill up the space that it occupies, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, let's come here and apply a few stylings to our button. And then the first styling is you can just say the full width, and you see it will fill up the space. And then we can set the disabled to what? You can set it to disabled. It's loading, sorry. So it's loading. And what else? We can say that the type of this button is submit. Now the reason why this would work so well is because of the fact that we are using it with a React hook form. So all we have to do is just add this button as a type submit, and then obviously since it's already in the form element, it should just work as simple as a form, right? So yeah, that's it. So that's it for the button, and we want to quickly move on, come down right below the form over here, and then add a few divs. Then we just add, when we add the divs, we just add like the extra elements that we need to complete our form. So we have this div right below, and then we are setting it to margin top 6. Okay, so margin top 6. Then inside here we want to create a div, so we just set the div to a class name relative. You see how I'm doing it. Then after, we set a div to absolute, so absolute. Then after the absolute, you're going to add a few more class names, and that is insert 8. So insert 8. Then we would say flex, then we say item center. Okay, nice. Now that we have this all worked out, what we want to do is we just come down below here. Okay, then we would apply we basically just apply like one div here, and then this div is going to be like an HR or like a line or something, right? So we just say that, I mean obviously the first class name for this particular div is going to be with full, so let's just do the with full here, and then we can like just apply the rest of the class names to it. So it's obviously going to have a border. And so border T, that would say that the border should be gray. Say that the border should be gray 300. Get it? So you can see that this is the border here, and right after that we want to come right below here, and then we'll apply a few more stylings. The first class name here for this div is relative. Okay, then inside this same div we apply the flex, justify sender, and text small. Okay, so text small and mt5. Okay, so now that we have this, we are going to create like this really cool span. So inside the span we are going to pass in a few class names. So this class name is going to be what's bg white. Oh, come on, let's type it out. So bg white, right, and then px02, and then we have text gray 500, right? Then inside here, inside the span, we're going to add what we are going to write or continue with. you get it. So I'll continue with, then you can now add the extra things that we want to add. So the I'll continue with, we are going to come right, so it's like after span, this div, so it's like after span, the first is the second div, right after the second div we need to create another div here, right? So this div is basically going to have a few class names. It's going to be class name, and this class name is what, as you know, mt6, and we are going to give it a flex, then gap 2, then we justify center. Nice. Then right inside here we are going to create a bunch of like social buttons. Okay, so here we just say auth, so we just say auth social button, and we are basically we are going to be creating this social button here. Okay, so let's create that as soon as possible. We are just going to come here and say auth social button tsx, then inside we say refce, so like quickly, set it up, and let's make sure it's a use client too as well before we forget. Okay, so knowing that it's a use client now, knowing that it's a use client now, I mean, is it necessary? Is it necessary to set it as a use client? Okay, let's take out the use client. Let's just work stuff out. So let's go into the auth form and try to import it. Okay, so we are importing the auth social button here, and I'll quickly go into it to start applying. So the first thing is we're going to need a certain type, so import icon type from React icons. Okay, so React icons icon type. Then right after doing that, what we need is we are going to create a bunch of we're going to create interfaces that we are going to be using for props. Okay, so for that we come down and then we see interface, and then auth social button props. Then this auth social button props is going to have like a number of values. That is going to be icon is going to be what, icon type. The icon is going to be icon type, which is the type that we took from React icons. Then we set an on click to void, so on click. Okay, so we set the on click to void. Okay, nice one. Now that we have this all worked out, what we want to do is we want to quickly come here and then fix it inside as we always do. So we can say we are taking React, and then we are taking the fc, or the functional component property of it, or module of it, then we just connect it. Okay, so we just connect it like this. Okay, nicely done. Then right after we can just pass in the props, so we just pass in icon, bring the comma, and then send the on click as well. Okay, nice one. So this icon is going to be icon. Okay, so knowing that we've been able to set the icon as icon, and also we've been able to pass in the on click over here, what we are going to do now is we are going to style, or we are going to add unnecessary elements that we need. So for here we would basically come and then create like, it will simply come and create like a simple button. So this is the simple button that we have, and then we are going to pass in the icon through here. Okay, then right after doing this, right after passing this icon, I'm going to come above here, and okay, So right after passing this icon, we're going to come right above here, right, and then we are going to say type. So this type is going to be button. Okay, then this on click that we have is going to be an on click. Okay, and we are going to quickly come and say class name. Then this class name, we are going to let's quickly write this class name like in a vertical way, so that we can basically keep track of how things are going here. So we can say inline flex is going to be the starting class name. Then we have with full, so w full here. Then we add justify center of justify center. Then we have the rounded md. Let's not forget our bg white. Okay, then px, so we add the px4 py2, so px4 py2, and then we would say text gray 500. Okay, then we say shadow sm, so shadow small. Then we say ring 1, so ring 1. Then we say ring insets, okay, ring insets. Then we give the ring a gray 300, so ring gray 300. Okay, then right after that we add a hover, so we'll say whenever we hover over it, so whenever we hover over it, we want to give it a bg gray 50, right? Nice. Then right after doing that, let's clear all these spaces. Okay, nice. Now right after doing that, what else do we want to do? We want to add a focus outline offset to 0. Focus outline offset, to set that to 0. And okay, so yeah, so basically after setting this up, we know that we now need to make sure that this icon is actually working as it's supposed to. This icon has to work, and the reason why we are getting the error, it's because we have not passed in like the necessary properties that we're supposed to pass in inside this auth social button. So what we are going to do is we'll go back, right? So we are inside the auth social button here, and what we are quickly going to do is we're going to say this icon, right, and then we're going to pass in, so we can say something like fc google, right? You can see fc google, and then this fc google, we can take it from the react icons. And then let's not forget we have an on click here, so we can add the on click, and then this on click we can just say something like, then we can say social action, the social action that we created on top there. So social action is going to be what? Google. You get it? So right after doing this, we can simply copy this, and then paste it here, right? Then we just change this to GitHub, and then we change this to BS GitHub. Nice. So okay, let's refresh. Okay, I think it's refreshing because okay, nice. So looking at the project, you can see that we have this stuff here, but we are not done. So the last thing that we want to apply is the ability for us to be able to switch between the sign in and then the register form, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, we need to go to the last bottom, the last side here, right? So in between these last two divs, right, we're going to take this and then we say this div needs to have a class name. Okay, so a class name, and then this class name is definitely going to be having flex, then gap 2, so gap 2, then justify content center or justify center, and then we have text sm, so we have text sm, then we give it an empty or a margin top 6, then let's not forget about the text gray 500. Okay, nicely done. Then when we are done, we just come in the middle here, we just come into the side here, then we add a div. So this div is basically going to have this you see this variance thing that we were checking for, we're basically going to be checking again. So we are going to say, oh, check if it's login, if it's a login type of situation, if it's a login, if the variant is bringing out login, then I need you to show what new to, like I need you to show new to newer feed messenger. So it's like new to new feed messenger. You get it? So new to newer feed messenger, or if it's register, so you can just ask that, like, we already have an account, right? So okay, cool. So now that we've been able to set this up, we need to come right below, this. Okay, right below this, then we would just come and like add a few class names here. So we can say on click, yeah, so this on click, and we can toggle variant, here. Nice. Then once we are done with that, we just say class name, then we say what, underline, okay, let's quickly clean this side. Okay, so underline, then we set the text to be indigo, so text indigo 500, text indigo 500. Then we say whenever we hover over it, we want to set the text, so we want to set the text indigo to 600 whenever we hover, 600 whenever we hover. Then let's not forget cursor pointer. Okay, nice. So right after doing that, we need to come and set this variant thing here again. So you can simply just copy this, then come and paste it here and see, oh, if the variant is equal to login, just say what, if the variant is equal to login, just say login, and sorry, let's say create an account, create an account, then here is going to be what, login, right? So as you can see, we have this all working out as we want to. If we switch, you see that it switches, but we have a little bit of a problem right around here, because you can see that when we look at this div here, when we look at the card here, you can see that it doesn't seem to have like it doesn't seem to have spaces on its edges. So in order for us to be able to fix this, I'll quickly come here and review the stylings that we have over here. Okay, so we have this, we have that, we have this, and we have that as well. And okay, we can come here and look at the space 6. Okay, I mean everything looks really clean, but since it still seems a little shaky in my opinion, what we can do is I can come here, check for the border. Okay, so I can see the border. Okay, so this is not where it's supposed to be. I'll just cut that out. I'll come here. Okay, so this is the border though. Let's check here. Okay, so the border is actually the one that was here. So just paste that, and what we are going to do is, since I know that this is the border, we can quickly just apply a padding. So here we just say, so yeah, this is actually what we were missing. We forgot to bring this hyphen, so I just realized it while I was trying to fix it with the border. So yeah, that's basically it. As you can see, this is our sign in or our authentication form. You can quickly just switch between create an account and log in, and we can also try to use the Google and or the GitHub sign in. We can also use the normal sign in, and as you can see, whenever it's disabled, this is what it displays. And you can see that whenever we are trying to send like a request, or whenever it's loading is going on, we can't send an input. You see, let me quickly refresh and show you. So over here we can add like a simple email, some password, then we can try signing in type of situation, right? So yeah, I know what I'm about to do won't work, so you can just add like a simple test. Just say test, then you see that now that we are trying to send it, you see that it has made sure that everything is disabled, right? And the next thing that we're moving on to is setting up our MongoDB and Prisma, right? So let's not waste too much time. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to go into the terminal and then enter npx init, npx prisma init. Okay, so npx prisma init, then we hit that. It's going to take some time to load up, so I'm just going to pause the video, and then once it's done, okay, it's already here, so I guess we're going to continue from there. So this is our Prisma, and you can see when I open it and we go up, you can see that we have all these things all set up, right? We have this one set to PostgreSQL. We're just going to change that to MongoDB. Nicely done. Then this env is taking the values from here. So what we need to do is we're going to have to change this database URL to the original database URL, and then we can do that with MongoDB. We just go into the MongoDB site, or if you have the shell, you can use that too as well. So, or the compass, you can use that too as well. So yeah, looking at this, I think some of you might be some of you might be absolute beginners, right? So for you like when you come into MongoDB, you're going to have to create a cluster from beginning, right? And in order for you to be able to create a cluster, I think if you're trying to create a second cluster, no, let's reset. Okay, so if you're trying to create a second cluster, what is going to happen is they'll tell you to pay, but for all those who are just fresh and everything, you're going to have to select the free one. I think the free one will be somewhere around here. Just select that in case this is the free one, right? You see it will be written here free, and then once you're done, you just keep the cluster name just like how it is. If you want to change it to, you can change it, there's no problem with that. And you can leave the provider if you want to change it to, I don't know, maybe some people know more than us, so and just leave the rest of the fields like that, and just click on create deployment. Since I've already done that, I don't think I have to do it again, so let's just take the link. So I'm going to assume that you have followed the steps to create your own cluster in case you are new, and then you should see this, right? That should allow you to connect. But before you connect, we need to make sure that we do a few checks. We make sure that there are a couple of things that we've checked and they are intact, right? Now the first thing we're going to check is the database access, and the database access is basically they are basically the credentials that allows us to use our Mongo URL, so we can communicate with our database a whole lot more easier. So let's quickly go to the cluster or the overview. Let's go to the overview, and then I'll quickly click on let's connect over here. Then I'll click on Mongo for VS Code. Then I'll just copy this. After copying it, all I need to do is come here and then come and paste, right? So let's assume you just came here, you came to copy and paste, you are seeing this, right? The DB username and DB password, you're seeing these bad boys here, and you don't know what to do. The first thing that you're going to do is you need to go to the database access like I mentioned, and then you create, so let's assume then you create a new database user. Then inside this database user, you can just say something like new user, like don't use any complicated, just new user, or you can write your name, right? You can just write your name. So I can just say Sylvester and Sylvester, then that should basically do it. So yeah, that's then we'll come to the built-in role. Then we add read and write to any database. Then we just add the user nicely. Okay, so now that we have this all working out perfectly, what we are going to do is, you see the details that we put in here, what we're going to do is to just clean this, and then we'll put it inside. So Sylvester and Sylvester. Okay, now that we are done with this, that doesn't mean you can connect to your database. You need to set up something called a network access, and then the network access is going to check for the IP address that the request is coming from and decides whether to allow it or not. So as you can see, this is my current IP address, and this is another IP address that I had added. Let me just delete it, and then let's re-add it. So we are going to click on add IP address, and then for this you are going to say 0.0.0.0. then we just hit enter, or we just hit confirm, and it should basically say, oh, connect this should basically allow us to use our database from basically every part of where we are in the world, right? So now that we've been able to set this up, okay, it says that it's pending. I just received an email. Okay, they're telling us to do something. It says, okay, allow access from anywhere. All MongoDB clusters are protected by authentication. It's important to, okay, so I don't know what exactly they sent to me in the email, but I guess I have to log in for my cell phone or something. Okay, it says it's active. Oh, okay, it says it's active now. So yeah, let's just continue. So since we can now accept all requests from any part of the world, like wherever we are, we can now move on into the project. So here, this part is already set up like how we need it to be set up. So, and also some of you, when you open up your Prisma, you'd see that it's all blank, right? Like you'll be asking yourself, why is it this blank? That's because you need, like, you see it to be white. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, that's because you need to download the Prisma plugin. So you just come into the extensions and then you search for Prisma, and you should be able to download. So when you download it and it's installed, you should see that you get all these things, including the autocomplete and stuff like that. So now that we understand how this works, let's work on our first model. So we'll just say model user. Now this model user is going to be taking the ID, and then this ID is going to be the type string. So you can do something like this. ID is going to be the type string. Then we're going to take the ID, so like the @ID. Then we say default. Okay, we say default. Then we can quickly make this auto and then initialize it. Then we give the space that we map through. We map through the underscore ID field of every model inside the MongoDB database, and we set it to DB object ID, right? DB.object ID. Okay. Okay, so this is nicely done. Alright, now that we've been able to set up the ID, let's quickly understand what is going on. So this, we are saying that this is the ID field of every user, and then you see how MongoDB works. We don't store documents with normal ID, but we do store it with the underscore ID, right? Or they do store it with the underscore ID. So for that reason, we are going to be mapping through every document underscore ID, and then we are matching it with the user. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So yes, that's basically all that site is doing. And right after doing that, we need to give it a name, and then we are setting the name to be a string, an optional string to be precise. So after that, then we come down and then give it an email, and then the email also has to be an optional string, and then we make sure that the email is unique. Then right after doing that, we are going to have to check if the email is verified, and then we like, so if the email is verified, then we set it to date and time, like an optional date and time value or type, you know. And then we take the image, and then we also say that the image has to be an optional string, right? Okay, so optional string. Okay, nice. Then right after that, we need to take the password, make that one to a string, and then we can come here and then look for the created at. So we can say created at, then we give that a date time what, our default, and then we say what it should be now. Okay, nice. Nice. So now that we have that, we can just come down here and add the updated at if we want to. So you can see this is it, right? So so this is basically the first part of this user model, and we are not done. So what we are going to quickly do is we're going to create like a few relations right under it, right? So for that, we are going to say conversations, right? So we are going to say conversation IDs. So these conversation, oh come on, okay, so conversation IDs. Okay, so these conversation IDs are going to be string, right? And so this type of string, then we basically come here and then assign this db.object ID to it. Then we have to come down below here, then we say conversations conversation. Then we come and then we say relation. So at the relation, then what are we making it relate to? What we are making it relate to is we are going to say make sure that the fields, right? Make sure that the fields here is going to be what the conversation IDs, and then the reference is going to be what ID, right? So don't worry, the reason why this is being marked like this is because we've not created that conversation model yet, so we are going to quickly create it. No worries. Okay, so now that we have this working like how we need it to work, we're going to come here and then we are going to say send message IDs, right? And then these send message IDs are going to be string with the array and the at object ID. You see it. Then right after that, we come down below and then we say send messages, and then we assign it to the message. I don't want it to autocomplete because I know some people find it hard to follow that way. So this message array, then we say this at relation. Then we want to make sure that this relation is going to be seen. We make sure we write this seen here. Then after that, we set the fields to be what send message IDs, and we want to set the references to what ID. Okay, so this one too is there, but like I said before, we've not created a model. That is why you're seeing the line under it, but no worries, we are going to create them in a second. And then the last thing that we want to add is the account IDs, right? So the account IDs, we can quickly just it's basically the same thing, like, you know, it's basically the same thing. So like account, and then we have message. Okay, now we're about to quickly create these models. So we'll come down below and then we'll say model, we just say model account, and inside this model account we take this ID string, okay. Then we would quickly, so what I basically did here was copy this. You can just copy that. Oh, what's going on? I'm coming. Take off my earphones. Okay, just took off my earphones. So what is going on here is we basically just copy this first part here, and then we just pasted it here, right? Like that's what you can do. But you know, because I'm using the Kesa code editor, it's like auto completing things for me. So yeah, that's why. So yeah, you can see, so this is the user ID here, and you can see, so user ID string, and then we make sure that it's going to be what db object ID. Okay, nicely done. Then we are going to set the type to string. We are going to set the type to string. We are going to set the provider to string. Then we are going to set the provider account ID. Provider account ID, we are going to set that to string as well. Then we would say refresh token. So this refresh token, we set that to a string. Then we add the db.string. Okay, so after doing that, we also come down here and then come and add the access token, right? And then we set that to the type of optional string. Okay, optional string, I need to do this one, so we remove this R, and we also set that one to the db.string, right? Then we come and then say expired at, so expires at, then we set that to int, right? So expires at, then we set that to the int, optional int. Then we say token type has to be what, the string, right? Then we come down and then select the scope. The scope to, we are going to set that to be a string, which is also optional. Then we can take the ID token, okay, ID token, that one is also going to be an optional string. Then we take the session state, and the session state is also an optional string. We now come below here and then we say user, right? And then this user is going to be this, then at relation, so relation, then the fields, the fields for the relation is basically going to be this one, and then we just pass in the user ID field. Then we make sure that the references also takes in the ID that is there. Okay, so right after working on this, let's not forget to come and set a few ground rules down here. Then we say, oh, take this at unique thing here, right? Take this at unique thing here and then open it up. Once you're done opening it up, pass in these things, which is what, the provider and the provider account ID. Nicely done. So now that we've been able to set up the account, what we need to quickly work on is the conversation model. So for that, I'll just take this conversation, and then we can just, you know, I mean, it's basically the same thing. Like I said, you just come up here, you copy it, you come and paste. Like, it's basically the same thing, so don't get confused or fight me for that. So okay, so here, this is basically it for the ID. Then for the conversation, we need to have a created at, and then that created at is what, date time. It has a type of a date time, and then the default is now, right? Then right after that, we need to come here and then we set the last message at, we set that one to a date time over here. Then we come here and then we come and check, oh, the name, then it has to be small, so the name, then we also set that to an optional string. We come and also check, oh, is group, is it a group? Then if it's a group, we set that to, so the group is going to be an optional boolean like we have here. Then we are going to come here and then set the message IDs, right? So message IDs, right? Message IDs is going to be what? Just type the type string. If you guessed it, get yourself a toffee, Tom, I don't know, Obama biscuits, I don't know. But yeah, get yourself something to celebrate. And yeah, we can just, you know, put it in like this. Okay, so message IDs set to the type string array, then we set it to the object ID. Then right after, we come below and then we'll come and say, right, well, we come and say message. Okay, then that is basically it. So now that we have this working, we are not done. What we are quickly going to do here is we are going to pass in a few more things, which is what? User IDs. And then these user IDs is also going to be an array of strings, and we are going to make sure that it's what is a DB object ID, right? Then over here we just say users, right? And then this users is going to be set to user. Then we make sure that the relation is what? Open it up and then set it to fields. Then the fields is what? User IDs. Nicely done. Then we'll come here and then set the references to what? ID. Okay, so yeah, so this ID, so we fill in the user ID fields with this ID that we have over here. Okay, so nice. Now that we have been able to set this up nicely, there's one more model that we need to work on, then we can move on to authentication, the more technical side of it, using NextAuth. So here we are going to say model message, then we open it up, we pass in the ID. Like I said, it's just the same thing that we just copy above and come and paste it here, right? So we pass in the ID, then we come and then we say, oh, but every message has a body, and then this body has to be what? An optional string. And we can check if the message has an image. This image too is going to be an optional string. Then we will come and say, oh, but every message too has like the time it was created at, right? So created at date time, then what? We set the default, right? So we say at default, make it the time that it is, the same moment. Then right after that, we can come and add the updated time if we want to. So updated date time. Okay, then once we are done with this, we need to come down here and check for the scene ID, the messages that have been seen, right? So I'll say scene IDs, and then these scene IDs are going to be an array of strings, right? And then we are going to make sure that these arrays of strings are database object IDs. Okay, then right after doing that, we can come down here and then say scene, or like who is the one that has seen the things. So right, so it's always going to be a user that has seen the things, right? Let me not do the autocomplete thing because some of you might not be able to follow. So yeah, so we have these users, and then how we are going to be picking them out is like the relation. So the relation with the actual user model is what? Oh no, is what? So we are going to say that let's take the fields, right? and then inside the fields we are going to quickly pass in what scene IDs. Okay, and right after here we take the references and then we pass in what ID. You get what I'm trying to say? But we are not done. We need to make sure that when we come here we apply the scene text exactly like how we did it above here, the top here, exactly like how we did it above here, right? Cool. So knowing this, we can just come down here and we can come and create this conversation. So we can say conversation ID has to be what, a string, and it has to, we have to make sure that it's a database object ID. Then we come down here and then we take this conversation, right? We take this conversation here, right? Then we use it, we connect it to the conversation model, right? And then we say, oh, what should it have in relation to this particular model? And then we say, let's open it up and say the field. So the fields, we want to make sure that inside the fields we are storing a bunch of IDs as what? We're storing a bunch of IDs as what? As conversation IDs. Okay, if you're able to guess this, get yourself another coffee or something, right? Then we say, you see, I mentioned something about where we are getting it from, and that is going to be the ID of the conversation model. Okay, nicely done and nicely thought out. Then we come down here and insert the last one. That's going to be sender ID string d, and then the sender ID is going to have to be a string, and then we make sure that it's a database object ID. Then we come down here and then we say that sender, so the sender has to be what? User. Then this user is going to have this relation, right, with the, so the relation is, let's make sure that we are taking the fields what? Sender ID. And then this sender ID, what is it taking its IDs from? So the reference is definitely going to be the ID of the user model. Nicely done and nicely thought out. So looking at the project, let's quickly go around and we would see, okay, so we are having an error here. Let's quickly look through the project to make sure that everything is correct. Okay, this side, so for this one, under the conversations, make sure the user has his array notation attached to himself or itself, and the arrow should leave now. Alright, so that's basically it for setting up our Prisma and MongoDB inside our NextJS project. I want us to quickly work on our NextAuth, setting up our NextAuth. Okay, so as you can see, this is the Prisma schema that we set up. In case you're finding it difficult to do or to write code at a certain stage of the tutorial, you can just go to the GitHub repository that I put in the description. I think they are in all the videos, right? So you go to the GitHub repository in the description, you go to the file that you are struggling with, and then you can either cross-check or just copy and paste so you can move on faster, right? So now that we understand this, let us go into the terminal and then install a few packages. So I'll just say npm I. Then what packages are we going to install? We are going to install NextAuth at latest. Okay, so NextAuth at latest here. Then we install Prisma. So Prisma client. Then we install NextAuth. So NextAuth Prisma adapter, right? So NextAuth / Prisma adapter. Then we don't forget to add our bcrypt JS. Alright, now since, like I mentioned the other time, that NextJS uses React 19, and we all know that React 19 is not stable yet, we're going to get an error if we don't add dash legacy dash peer dash deps. Then we just hit enter. So I'm going to quickly pause the video, then once the download is complete I'll just resume and then we can continue. All right. Okay, so the video is done and the install is done, and so I want us to quickly install one more thing. So you're going to say npm I -d, then we install the types for the bcrypt because they don't, the types doesn't come automatically. So bcrypt, so bcrypt js. Okay, so then let's not forget our legacy peer deps. Okay, all right. So yeah, I think most of us are more used to the bcrypt itself, just normal npm I bcrypt. But it looked like some time ago I was working on this project and all of a sudden my bcrypt wasn't working well. I was getting errors. So I think I just did some extra research and I realized that it was no more bcrypt, but it was bcrypt.js. So yeah, you might want to adapt to the new thing, right? So let me quickly close everything here. Right, now that we've closed everything here, I want us to quickly go into the folder. I want us to go into the folder structure here, and then we'll open up this app folder. Then we just create libs. Okay, so inside this libs we are going to create a file called prismadb.ts. Then inside the prismadb we want to import star, so import star as Prisma from at prismadb, Prisma client, sorry. Okay, so at Prisma client. Okay, nice. So now that we have been able to set this up, let's quickly come down here, and then what we are going to do is we are going to say const client is equal to what? Global this. Okay, so global this dot what? Prisma or new Prisma dot Prisma client. Nice. Okay, so as you can see over here we are getting some errors, right? And we are going to quickly fix this, right? So this global this is not really available everywhere in our application. That is why we are getting the error. And so you can see that the AI is trying to suggest this declare global thing, and then that is exactly what we are going to do. So we are going to declare global, then we'll open up these curly braces, then we'll create a var Prisma, right? And then we are going to say what? Prisma dot what? Prisma client slash, or you know that thing, I don't know the name of that symbol honestly. So yeah, so yeah, we just set it up like this, and then you can see that after setting the type, you can see that it's here. You can see that the error here is gone. Now that we've been able to set that one up, we can just quickly come here and write a simple condition here, and then we are going to check process.env .node-env. If that is not equal to production, then let's make sure that the global this dot Prisma is equal to client. Nice. All right, so after setting this up, we are going to just do export default client. That's all. Okay, so now that we have this all set up nicely like how we want it to be, we have to now work on we now have to work on the NextAuth and basically the providers that would allow us to work with or create our authentication functionalities. Right now, for that, inside this app folder, right, what we are going to do is we are quickly going to create an API folder. Then inside this API folder, what we are going to do is you're going to create another one called what? Auth. Then we hit enter. Then inside this auth, we're going to create another folder, and then we're going to do it like this. Then we'll do it dot dot dot, right? So dot dot dot, then we say what? NextAuth. So NextAuth. Then inside this dot 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 NextAuth, we are going to say what? route.ts. Okay, nice one. So right after doing this, right, what we want to do next is we want to now write the necessary things that we need here, or the necessary providers that would allow us to work with or create our authentication functionalities, right? So the first thing is, let's import bcrypt, or even we can import NextAuth first, then import the auth options. So this type, we can import this type from there. Then after, we can import what? Bcrypt from bcrypt.js. So bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Let me cut this out. So bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Then you can import the credential provider. So credentials provider, so you can see it here. So credentials provider, you can take it from NextAuth providers and then credentials. So it's actually kind of weird because usually it's seen like this, it's imported like this, right? Usually that's how it's imported. So that's how we are going to import it. But if we get any errors and we have to import it like this too, we'll make sure we do it like that. So yeah, let's just maintain the one that most of us know about. So yeah, this is how we are going to import it. Then right after doing that, we are going to come down here and then import the GitHub provider. So GitHub provider, right? So just imported a GitHub provider from NextAuth providers and then GitHub. Then we can come down here and then import the Google provider. So we are going to import the Google provider from NextAuth providers Google. Then let's not forget one more thing, that is the Prisma adapter. So we just come here, import the Prisma adapter. So Prisma adapter, we import it from here. Okay, so right after importing all of these things, we want to come down here and then import Prisma from this. So import Prisma from and use the alias, then the /app, then /libs, and then this one, right? Okay, so right after doing this import, we want to come down here, then we say export const auth options, then we say auth. So we set the type of that auth options to this auth options that we have at the top there, at the top of the import here, right? Then right after doing that, we want to say what is it saying? Yeah, so yeah, I don't know why it's already giving us this error, but let's just keep working. So the first thing you can see is the adapter. We have to pass in the adapter, and the adapter is going to be what? Prisma. It's going to be Prisma adapter that we have at the top there, and then we are going to wrap Prisma outside. So yeah, this is basically the first thing that we are going to do. I said provider is missing the types providers. Okay, no problem, let's move on. So inside here we say providers, and then inside this provider, this is where we are going to be passing in quite a lot of things, right? So the first thing I want us to first of all passing is the Google provider. So we can just come here and say Google provider, right? Then inside this Google provider, we just open this curly that bracket and then the curly braces. Then we make sure that we pass in the client ID. So we say client ID, and then this client ID is going to be what? Process. So it's going to be process.env dot Google client ID, Google client ID, then as string. Exactly. So Google client ID as string. Then we come down here again, and then we see what? The client secret, which is here. Then we set that client secret to basically process.env dot Google Google client secret as string, right? Okay, nice one. So now that we have this all set up for the Google provider, what we are just going to do is we're just going to copy this and paste it here, and then just change this to GitHub. Nice. So you just change this to GitHub, change to GitHub ID, and then change to GitHub secret. Okay, so now that we have both of these bad boys working, what we are going to do next is we need to work on the credentials. So for the credentials, what we are going to do is we just take this credentials provider that we have at the top here, right? The credentials provider we have at the top here. Then we would come down and then take the name. So the name is going to be what? Credentials. So it's going to be credentials, right? So credentials. Then we are going to come and take credentials here. Then inside here we create this nice object, and then we take the email. And that is going to be passing through. So the email is going to be label slash what? Slash email, label into the quotation marks email, and we are going to basically say that it's going to have the type text. Okay, nice. Now right after we've worked on this, we want to quickly come and bring, like, we'll come here. Oh, come on. We'll come here and then we'll bring this command, and then we'll say password. So this password, we are going to set it to what? The label, and the label is obviously going to be password. And then we set the type to what? Password. Okay. Okay, so I don't know. Okay, it just wants us to format it nicely. Okay, so right after doing this, what we want to do is we want to come down here, then we write unauthorized. So we'll say async. So we'll say async authorize, right? Then inside the authorize, we just pass in the credentials. Then right after here, we open up this curly braces here. Then inside, what do? We want to write our first. So the first thing is we check. So we say, oh, if there are no credentials.email, or credentials, or there are no credentials dot pass. So like there are no credentials dot password. Right, what do we want to do? Well, for that we'll say that we want to throw an error. Okay, so we throw an error that says, so throw new error, and then that error is going to say what? Invalid credentials. Okay, you can just make this a small letter. All right, then right after doing that, we can come down here. Okay, I think we have to close this. We have to close this part, right? So I think for that, if this is where this one ends, and this is where I think this is, so I'll just close it here and see. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I think yeah, I just closed that. So yeah, under this if, what we want to do is we want to check for a user, right? So we say const, so okay, so we check for the user, const, oh come on, const user, then we say await, so we want to await Prisma dot user dot find unique. So Prisma dot user dot find unique, then we'll open it up. Then what we are going to pass is where. Okay, so where are we looking at? Then inside here we say, oh, check for the email side. Okay, and then when you check the email, see if you can match, or see if you get the see if you find what we entered through the credentials email, see if you get it inside the database, right, in one of the data documents. Now if you check, right, if you check and you don't get the user, or you don't see, if you check and you don't get the user, or you don't see the user dot password, you see here the AI is suggesting hash password, right? Don't worry, we used password inside our schema, but if we move forward and we realize that this password is going to be giving us problems, don't worry, we can always come back and then change it to the hash password and then use it. So yes, let's just move on. We used hash password, so we just we used password, right? So we just continue with password. Then so we want to check, if we check inside and we don't find a user, or we find a user but like we don't see that the user has a password, then I mean obviously if you think about it, it means that the person used a social login, right? Like either use Google or GitHub or whatever, because like usually these social logins, they don't give you the password type of thing, right? So yeah, that's a good way to check. So we check for that, then we say that, oh, if we don't get it, we want to throw a new error, right? So we want to throw new error. Then for that we would throw what? Invalid credentials, right? So right after working on this, we want to now check, oh, so what if we actually found the password, right? Let's check if it's the right password. So we say const is correct password, right? Const is correct password. Then we'll await bcrypt dot compare. If you use compare sync, you don't have to use await, but if you use just compare, you need to use await, because it's like compare sync is like saying, oh yeah, I already added the async await thing for you, right? And you know, funny enough, this thing was told to me by one of my very good friends in Nigeria. I think, yeah, we did have like this time where I was, you know, helping him go through backend development and everything, and he got so committed. He was reading a lot of articles. So yeah, we actually had like this talk in the morning before I was going to class, like the early morning lectures type of thing. So yeah, shout outs to Frank. So yeah. Yeah, so we have the credentials, the password here, and so we are checking. So we say, oh, take the credentials, take the password that we passed through the credentials, right, that the user passed through the form, and then check or try to compare it with the user password that we have, right? And if it's the same, right, or if it's the right one, or if it's the right password, we can just return the user, right? But if it's not, right, we can just write. So if it's not the right thing, or if it returns false, we can just come here and then throw a new error. So we can just do a new error, and then just write invalid credentials. Alright, nice. So right after working on all of these things, you think we are done, right? Nah, we are not done. So what are we supposed to do next, you ask? So that is, we'll come down here under this array, and then we'll pass debug, right? So for this debug, we will say process dot what env dot node env, and we check if it's development. Okay, now the reason why we are doing this is so that we can get the errors, we can log out the errors and see the mistakes and everything, and then we can just go back and correct them, right? Then we can add the session, and then the session is going to be this, right? Then we say what strategy is, what JWT, strategy is JWT. Okay, nice. Then we come here and then we pass in the secret. So the secret is going to be process dot env dot NextAuth secret. Okay, so I mean that's basically it for setting up our routes.ts, especially, you know, in a more general term, setting up our NextAuth for our authentication functionalities, right? So in the next video, we are going to be working on the register functionality. Then after the register, work on the social logins, with the social authentication functionalities. So yeah, just go through this project. I want us to basically work on the register part, and for that, before we do any of that, right, before we start working with any APIs, I need us to be able to do something beforehand, right? So apparently it looks like with Prisma, you need to generate your Prisma client in your project and then do npx prisma db push. So basically what you want to quickly do is, inside your terminal, you can just do your npx prisma generate, right? And then like you can maybe do this second command in case that npx prisma generate is complete. You can just do npx prisma db push, right? And you just hit enter, and that should basically allow you to create your client inside your project, and also create or push all your collections into your database, basically just like how it is over here. I've already done it, so I don't want to do it again, although after my research I realized it wouldn't cause any errors, but I don't know, I don't think I want to do it again. But this is basically what happened while I was trying to do it inside the project. and if you don't do it, you're going to be getting some weird errors whenever you try to test your APIs or your endpoints in your Next.js project. So now that we've been able to go through this, let's quickly go into the register functionality. Now what we are going to do now is go into the app folder, then inside the API, inside this API folder here, we'll create a new folder and then name that register. Okay, so inside the register we are going to create a route.ts. So we'll see route.ts. okay, then inside this route.ts we are going to write a few functions, or we are going to write a few things, a few lines of code, right? Now the first thing is we are going to import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. okay, so we're going to import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Then the next thing is we're going to import Prisma from the app.libs, the app/libs/prisma.db, right? That is because it is here, app and then libs and then the prisma.db.ts. Then right after that we import the next response, so you can see the next response from the next server, right? Then right after we come down here and then we are quickly going to export async. So you are going to export async, then this function. So you are going to export async a function, and then we want to make sure that this function is a post. Then we take the request and then we set it to the type request. So request, and then we set it to the type request, right? Then right after that we just come inside here, then we would quickly do a try catch block. So after this try catch block, in case there is any error, we can simply just log out the error in a better way. So we can, I want us to write line by line so you don't get confused. So you can see we are console logging the error like this. So register error like this, and then we pass the error out into the console. All right, then right after we would quickly return new next response, and then that is going to be what, internal server error and status 500, right? Okay, now that we know this, we are going to come here inside the try block, and then we are going to take the body. I'm going to take the body and we await it inside the JSON. So await the request.json. okay, then right after setting this up, we are going to come down here and then take the various fields that we want to collect from the body. So for that we just say const, then we take the email, password and name. So email, password and name, and then we are going to take it from where, the body. Okay, so understanding this, we are going to write a few conditions. So we are going to check if there is no email, right? If there is no email or password, or there is no password, or there is no name, then you can say something like return. So let's return new next response, new next response. Then inside we'll just say, either we say missing fields, or some fields are missing, or just missing fields, or if you like you can say missing info, or if you like we can say all fields are required, all fields are required, or I don't know, maybe you might want to be adding referral codes and stuff. So maybe, yeah, you don't want to say off, so you can just say missing info or missing fields like we did before. Okay, so missing fields. Okay, then right after that we want to come and also pass the status 400. Status 400. Okay, nice. Then now that we've been able to set this check up, we'll come down here and then say const hashed password. Okay, so you are going to hash our password, and then how we are going to do that is we are going to say await bcrypt dot hash, and we basically pass the password inside /10 passwords inside /10. Some people like to put in 12, right? So yeah, so password 10. I don't know, I mean, most people use 10, like that's what I'm used to, right? Some people use 12, some people use 15. I mean, it just depends on how long you want your login page to keep loading until it actually verifies someone's identity for allowing the person into your application, right? So let's just keep the normal 10. Just say so we'll say const user is going to be what? Await Prisma dot what? User dot create. Okay, then we open up this object, and then we say data is going to have to be what? Email, name, and then we say that what? Check for the password. We want to assign what? The hashed password that we just hash at the top here, right? Then right after doing this, what we are going to do is we're going to simply return the next.json. So next response.json. And we pass the user in there. Now as you can see inside the project over here, we are passing in new, and then over here we are passing in new, and you realize that all the times that we passed new, all these times they were errors, right? That is why we were passing new, right? So yeah, knowing this idea or understanding this about the project, the reason why this is happening, or the reason why we are doing stuff like this, is because for this one we're already doing next response.json. It's like we're already setting up the JSON and we are using it with it, right? But for this one, since we are not using it with any JSON, we just apply the new keyword to it. All right, so that's basically it. Then right after doing this, the next thing we want to do is we want to go into the auth form. So let's quickly collapse this, then we'll go into the auth form. So I think that will be sites, then components, and an auth form here. Then over here, what we are going to do is we are going to quickly come down here. Okay, so we'll come down here, and then we write our register functionality, or the code that will handle the register, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, let me quickly close this, let me clear the terminal, and then install Axios, because we don't have Axios installed in our project. So we say npm I Axios legacy. Okay, I have to, so legacy peer deps. Okay, and yes, I think there's one more. We are going to have to be handling toast notifications. So like when there's an error or there's a success message, we need to be able to show it inside the project nicely. So we are going to have to add react hot toast. Okay, react hot toast. Nice. So this is going to quickly install. So while it's getting installed, what we can do is we can quickly come here, and then we can import Axios. From Axios then we'll scroll down. So over here, what we can do is we just take out this register, then we'll start by saying axios. So axios.post, right, because it's a push request. Then we say what, /API / what, register. Okay, then what we do next, we just pass the data that we took from the form. We just pass that data inside, right? Then once we pass that data through, when we pass the data inside, right, and we get the response, right, we are going to get a response. Now after getting the response, so yeah, we get the response. Then after getting the response, we want to do something with it. Okay, so you can either log out the response, or we can send a React toast message. So we can just say like a toast.success, and it will be like account created successfully, right? So toast.success, account created successfully, right? So account created successfully. We can do it like this, right? But as you can see here, we are getting some errors inside this, so we have to first of all import it, right? But you importing it doesn't mean that you can use it straightforward. You're going to have to do some setup inside the project. So what we are going to do is, inside this app folder that we have here, we can just create a context. We can simply create a context. Then inside the context, we are going to create a new file, and then we'll name that context toaster context, right? So inside here, let's do it toaster context.tsx. okay, then inside this toaster context, what we are going to do is use client should first be declared. Then right after, we'll come down and then import toaster from React hot toast. Then we'll come down here and then come and write our function, right? So come and write our function, that is const toaster context. Then we come down here and then return what, this toaster. So yeah, we return the toaster. Then we'll come and close it here. Then let's make sure we do our export default toaster context. Okay, so this is basically what we need. Then where we'll go next is we'll go into the layout of tsx, and then over here we are just going to pass the toaster context above this, and then we'll quickly import it at the top here. Okay, nice. Now that we've been able to work this out, let's quickly go back into the auth form here, and then as you can see, this is auth.success. We've already handled this. Then what else do we want to handle? We want to catch all errors, right? So when we basically get an error, what do we do to the error, right? That will be our next worry. So what we can do is we can just say toast. So we can just say toast.what error, and then that is going to be what we can basically pass in the error.response. So error.response.data or something went wrong. Nice and simple, right? So when we are done with this too, we want to make sure that after every request has been completed or has ended, we want to make sure that we are basically saying, okay, yeah, sorry, pick up something, yeah. So we want to make sure that after everything or all the requests have been completed, we want to say what set is loading to be false. Okay, so that's basically it for setting up. Yeah, and this too, some of you might have missed it. It's actually imported here. So imported here, Axios has been imported, and yeah, so we can quickly test out our register route. Sorry, so we can quickly test it out. So what we can do is over here, inside here, right, we can just come and then say, oh, test user, then yeah, and yes, I want us to check inside our database, make sure that we have no users. So you can see that we have no users here, right? Nice. Then after, what we can do is, so we say what, so test user, then we say test user at gmail.com, and then we say test. Okay, let's first of all leave the password field empty and then click register. Now you realize we are getting the missing fields error. Nicely done. Then when we just pass in the password, it should basically send us the toast message that says that what we have created our account successfully. So yeah, it did show, but I guess this one covered it up. But yeah, when we go here and then we refresh, you can see that we have the test user here, the test user name, the test user's email, and then the hashed password that we passed through. You can see the created at and then the updated at. So that is basically it for setting up a basic register authentication functionality in our project. I want us to move on to work on the login for both the credentials and the social login. Alright, so let's not waste too much time. First of all, let's work on the credentials login, right? And then for that, what we are going to use is, let us quickly cut this out, and we're going to say sign in. And then this sign in that we are taking it from the NextAuth React. So I'll just hit enter. We'll open this up. We'll bring this double quotes, and then inside we write the credentials. Then after, we just come with a comma, then we create an object, or we open up an object. And then inside we spread the data that we are receiving from the form, and then we set the redirect to false. Let me cut this out. Then after setting it to false, what we are going to do is we're quickly going to come here and then say then after that we'll call this callback. Then after the callback, we make sure that we check. So we say if callback.error, right? If callback.error, what do we want to do? Or if there's an error in the callback, what do we want to do? We want to take the toast, right? We want to take the toast and set. So we say toast.error, and then we'll say what? Callback error. Okay, we can either say callback error, or we can just say something like invalid credentials. Okay, so let me remove this one, so we rewrite it, or let me just say invalid credentials, right? Nice. And then right after here, we are going to do another check. We are going to say that if we check callback and then callback is okay, right? If you check callback and it's okay and there's also no error, then what we are going to do is we're going to come down here and then say toast dot success, then we say what? Logged in successfully. Right after doing this, what do we want to do next? Let's close this. Then what do we want to do? We want to come here, down here, and then say that, oh, after logging in, let's check. After logging in, or after doing whatever you want to do, finally we want to make sure that we are setting is loading to what? False. Okay, nicely done. Okay, so now that we understand how this has all panned out, what we want to quickly do is we want to quickly come here and then test. When we go into, let me go into the database and clear everything. So I'll quickly come here and clear, and I'll come to the accounts as well. Okay, I think it was the accounts that I cleared, so I'll just scroll down to the user and I'll delete everything. Okay, nice. Then right after doing that, let's get back into the project here, and then I'll quickly create an account, like a test account, right? And then we'll try with that one first. So okay, I need to let's refresh this. Okay, so we just refreshed it. Then I'll click on create account. I'll come here and say test. Now say test at gmail.com. Then I'll come down here and say test for the password, right? Then right after doing that, we hit register, and as you can see, account created successfully. What we are going to do is we're going to come to the login, and then we are going to hit sign in. Okay, yes, this error. So in order for us to be able to fix this error, I don't know how I forgot to do this the other time, but we actually have to export. So we come here and then we'll come and create this handler. So you see handler is equal to NextAuth, then you pass in the auth options, then at the end here you export handler as get and then handler as post, right? That is it. And we also have to make sure that the NextAuth secret is available, and as you can see, the other time we made sure that it was available. Now that we have been able to set this up, let's quickly go back. And I would, okay, nice. So right after, let us quickly pass it in. So test at gmail.com. Then we'll hit sign in and it says logged in successfully. Alright, that is awesome. Now we want to be able to sign in with both our Google and our GitHub, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, we need to go to GitHub. And I'm sure that most of you, when you go to GitHub, you'll be either a profile or repositories or whatever. But what you want to do is you want to make sure that when you come here, you go to your settings and you scroll right down below, like right around here, developer settings, and you're going to have to add an Auth app, right? So you click on new Auth app and you're going to have to pass in the name, so neural messenger, so or neural feed messenger, yes, neural feed messenger. Then for the home page URL, what you're going to pass in here is what? HTTP, then your local host, local host 3000. Nice. Then right after that, what we are going to do is, you see the callback URL here, don't worry, it's still the same thing basically, so you just pass it in. Nice. Then right after you're done, leave everything like how it is, and just register your application. Right, so right after registering your application here, what you want to do is, first of all, you want to take this your client ID that you got from GitHub, right? You want to take this client ID that you got, and you want to basically come to your .env here, and then you pass it into your GitHub client ID. And when you're done, you want to make sure you create your client secret. So you click on generate new client secret, and you can just copy it and then come and paste it right here. Awesome. So right after doing that, let's make sure we go back and check, make sure that everything is intact. So we have GitHub client ID, GitHub client secret, and you can see this is GitHub ID, GitHub secret, and that is a mistake. So we are going to have to fix that. Nice. Okay, so this has become exactly how we set it to be. Okay, so now that we have this working like how we want it to work, let us quickly go back here, and I think we need to write the function for that one too as well. Now because if you click on this, nothing will happen, right? It just sets it to true. It just sets its loading to true. So let us quickly write the function to handle our social action, right? So I'm just going to come down here, and after coming down, what we want to do is we want to say sign in. So we want to say sign in, then we'll open it up with the brackets, then we'll pass in the action, then after the action we'll bring our comma, and then we'll say redirect. We set that to false for now, and when we are done, we want to make sure that we come here and then click on then. So right after, then we just write our call back. Okay, then after the callback, you make sure that you do those checks that we did check on the other time. So with that, we can just scroll up a bit and copy so that we don't have to keep rewriting them. So I can just copy from here to here, and I'll just come and write. So I'll just say, yeah, and then we just clean this one. Nice. Okay, so this is just some nice quick formatting that we are doing. Nice. So this is just some quick formatting, nicely done. Okay, so but now that we've been able to set this up, what we want to do is, if we have this, we can just write something like invalid credentials, or we can write something went wrong with your social login. So let me just automatically fill it. So something went wrong with your social login. Then right after that, we want to say that, okay, in case everything is successful, just log in, just write login successfully. Okay, nice. So after setting this up, what we want to do is, or just so you understand what is going on, this is the social action, right? And then when you check here, we are passing in certain actions. So you can see this is Google, and then this is GitHub. So after passing in those actions, they are just going to run through this same function and then do what they're supposed to do automatically, right? So now that we've set it up for GitHub, what we are going to do is let's quickly come to MongoDB and then make sure that everything here has been cleared, both the user and also the account. So I'll just delete everything that is here. Now the reason why I'm making us delete this is, if we had tried it, we would only be able to create an account but no user, and that is clearly because we are already having another user inside the account. Like the user is already logged in, so it's going to be causing little issues like these. That is why I wanted us to clear everything. Okay, so everything is gone now, 100%. Then right after doing that, we want to make sure we refresh, make sure that everything is cleared. I think to some extent some would want to clear everything, like as in cache. You want to clear your cache. I don't know. I think I'd have to find out how to do that from this place. But yeah, like you want to also be able to clear your cache or cache. I don't know the pronunciation, but yeah, something similar to that. I think it should be a memory, or yeah, collect garbage. Is it collect garbage? Clear all profiles? No, I don't think so. But yeah, you basically get the idea, right? Um, okay, I'm not seeing card. Is this card? Okay, there's nothing here. So yeah, but basically, some would want to do that. That's no problem. So after doing that, you can just refresh, and you can click on your GitHub. It's going to navigate you to the GitHub sign in page, and then you just click on authorize, and then you be sent back to the localhost 3000. You can see that we are here now. When we come inside and we come and refresh, you realize that we have this document here, and when you come here and come and refresh, you have this one too here as well. Nicely done. Okay, so after we have been able to set this up nicely, what else do we want to work on? We want to work on the Google sign in. Okay, so for the Google one, what we want to do is we want to go to the cloud.google.com. So if you go to Google Cloud, so Google Cloud platform, right? So you can just come the second one, so you can just click on Cloud Console, which is the second one. And okay, so right now it says you are working in Neurofeed Messenger. This one I've already created it. I was trying to find a way to delete it, but I don't know, maybe it's because I didn't spend much time trying to find out how to delete it. But I don't know, my personal opinion with Google Cloud is, I don't know, some little things to do, they make it, I don't know, complicated, difficult, I don't know. But hey, that's just my personal opinion. But what we are going to focus on is, let's create a new project. I want us to just create, a new project, and then use that so that I can just go through the steps as if it was a fresh project. So we'll just say Neurofeed Messenger tutorial. Okay, then we'll create it. So after creating it, you realize that it will come here. Okay, so it's actually loading. Okay, so it's done. So I'll just select that project, and then you can see that now we are in Neurofeed Messenger tutorial. Let me quickly expand this. Then we can just select the API services. If you're not seeing that one too, you can come here and click on this API and services. So after selecting that, it will take you to this page, and then you have to create your OAuth consent screen. And then for that, we are going to get a nice quick form that we are not going to do much with. So what we are going to do is, first of all, select external to make sure that anybody can access it. Then we are going to give the name to our project. So I'll just say Neurofeed Messenger clone. Nice one. You can just give it any app name basically. Then you select the support email. Then you're going to leave everywhere. Maybe if you have your logo, you can just pass it in, but you can just leave all the fields and come and enter your developer email, developer contact info. Then when you're done, you just click on create or save. I don't know what was there. Yeah, save and continue. And then inside your scope, what you're going to do is you just leave it exactly how it is, and you just click on save and continue. You leave the test users exactly how it is and click on save and continue. Then once you are done, you just click on go back to dashboard. Nice one. So right after doing this, let's go into the credentials here, and then we are quickly going to create a credential for this. So here we click on create credentials, then we click on what? Auth client ID. So for the Auth client ID, we make sure that the application type, we select web application. Then we can, we can just leave the name like this if we want to. Then right after that, you see the authorized redirect URLs. What we are going to do is we are going to basically do it like how we did it in GitHub, but we are just going to change it a bit. So it's going to be http / localhost, then we just pass in 3000 /API /auth /callback /callback. Okay, yeah, I think that's basically a /Google. Yeah, so yeah, so that is basically it. Then right after doing that, we can just hit on create, and then that should give us a client ID and client secret for us to work with. So let's quickly copy the client ID, go into the project and go into our .env here. Then we will just paste it here. Then we'll come and copy the client secret here, and then we'll go into the project to paste it. So client secret, nice one. Okay, so now that we have both of these bad boys working out for us, let's quickly come to the auth form. Just do Ctrl+S to save and go into our project here. I just refresh to make sure that everything is okay. Let's not forget to clear this whole, so inside the account we clear everything that is here. We can check if it's gone. Yes, it's gone. Then inside the user here, we can just clear everything here and then refresh to see, make sure it's gone. Okay, yes, it's true, it's gone. Then right after doing that, what we are going to do is we are going to come here, then we'll click on the Google. So after clicking on it, it should take us to the Auth consent screen. Then we select soluservant, or basically your email or the email that you want to use. Then you just click on continue. Then it should bring us back to the local host 3000. Okay, so you can see that we are here now. In the next video, I'm going to make sure that we work on the redirect to our actual home page, or the actual messenger page, where we can actually interact and then chat with our users. And so yes, this for now, this is how we are going to be doing the Auth for the Google and the GitHub, or basically the social Auth, right? So that is basically it for this part of the video, and then hopefully I'll see you in the next one. I want us to be able to work on navigation in our NextJS application. We need to also be able to handle protected routes inside our next application. So in order for us to be able to start working with that, checking for all sections and all, let's not waste too much time and just go into this app folder here and then click on the context folder, and then all we have to do is to create the auth context file here, auth context.tsx, right? So after creating our auth context.tsx, actually my project is running in the terminal, so you can see here, right? So after creating this auth context.tsx, what is the first thing that we want to do? The first thing we want to do is we want to make sure that this is a use client. There has to be a space here, so, and it has to be this. So yeah, then we'll come down here and we would say session. Okay, so session provider from NextAuth/React, then import React from React here. Okay, then we'll do the interface thing. So interface, then would say auth context props, then inside we pass in the children, and we make sure that the children is what is react node, right? So, okay, nicely done. So now that we've been able to work this out, let's do our export default. Our export default is going to be function auth context, then we'll open up children. So we pass in the children prop, and then we make sure that we set the type to auth context prop. Then right after that, we need to go ahead and create this curly braces. Then inside we return this really simple component inside. So here we are going to say session provider, and we just wrap it around the children prop, right? So nicely done. Right after setting this up, our next big move is to go into the layout.tsx and wrap it around our application. So inside the layout.tsx, you can see the children here. What you're quickly going to do is you're going to come here right in between the body, and then we are going to start by saying what auth context, and then we would import that. So auth context imported, and then we'll come and wrap it around here. Okay, so now that we've been able to work with this, we can now move on to the next thing. Right now, what is the next thing? The next thing is we want to make sure that after we are signed in, or after we have registered, we can navigate to a certain page that we would see, right? So now this is basically like a high level idea of how navigation inside our NextJS application is going to work. So inside the app, you can just come here and create like a new folder. You can say something like profile, and then inside your profile you can have page.tsx inside here. You can come inside and create your RFCE and just like change it to your profile here. Then if you want to access it, all you have to do is come here and go to profile, right? Then you should see that it should allow you enter this profile here, and then you see this your profile inside, right? So now that we have this idea, what we are quickly going to do is we're just going to delete that. Let's close this, and then what we are going to do is inside this app folder, we're going to create a new folder called users. Then inside this users, we have page.tsx. And then inside your page.tsx, you want to quickly create your RAFC, and then you change it to what users, right? Nice. Now that we understand how this works, what we quickly want to do is we can just test it out, right? We can test it out. Say users. Okay, nice. Then right after doing this, we want to make sure that we add like this sample button. So we can quickly create this sample button that actually logs us out anytime we try to log in, because we'll be doing some redirection, right? So we can just say log out. So we log out, right? Then inside we will have to pass an onClick. So onClick. Then inside this onClick, you're going to pass in an empty parameter arrow function. Then we make sure that right after this arrow function, we send the sign out. Then we just initialize that, right? So yes, and we are getting this error because we need to make sure that this is a use client. So use client. Nice. So now that we've been able to, okay, this is weird. Okay, yeah, it's here now. Okay, nice. So now that we have this working out, let's quickly navigate ourselves to this side. Now we want to make sure that whenever we create an account or whatever we register, we are automatically logged in, right? So in order for us to be able to create that, what we are quickly going to do is we are going to go into the auth form, and I believe that is in sites, then components, then auth form, right? Then we're going to do like a couple of checks here. So we're going to say const session, right? Const session, and then this session is equal to use session here. Then we initialize it, store it inside that variable, then we are going to use it here. So let's quickly write some use effects, and then this use effect is what is going to allow us to check for certain things, right? So I can just create this use effect simply. Then what are we trying to check? Now first of all, let us make sure that we are running this use effect every time the session dot status of the current activity changes, right? So we want to make sure that every time the session dot status changes, we run this use effect. Now what are we running inside the use effect? We are basically going to check. We are going to say, check. If we check and we see that the session dot status is giving us authenticated, then we want to do some redirection, right? So in order for us to be able to do this redirection, what we are going to do is we're going to come here and then say const router, then we are going to bring in use router here, right? Then this use router, we are going to take it from next/navigation. You don't want to take your use router from next router because that's old, and then now the one that is being used in the latest versions is the one from next /navigation. Then so we are trying to say that what if we check the auth status and then it is authenticated, that means the user is logged in. Then we want to take this router and then we want to push it to what /users. Nice and easy. All right, no, I don't want to send anything to the chat. All right, so nice and easy. So right after working with this, right after setting this up, we want to come down here and then set up a few things. So you remember that I mentioned to you before that I want to make sure that once the user registers, the user is already signed in, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, we just bring in this sign in, then we call the credentials, then we just pass in the data. Nice and easy. For the login, for that one we can just, for the login, that one is just simple, it's already done, so it's quite automatic. We can just start testing, right? Now you remember that the other time we deleted most of the, we deleted every user inside the database and we basically created new ones with a social auth, right? So let's come here and create new users. So what we are going to do quickly is I'm going to say test user here, and okay, so yeah, this is name, so just test user, and then inside we're going to say test user at gmail.com. Then here we're going to say test user. Okay, nice. Then right after we can just register, and it should basically redirect us. Okay, now okay, so now we have been redirected to the users page. Now there's something that is going to occur here, and I need you to understand this, right? If we log out over here, fine, we are logged out now. Okay, we are logged out, but we are still here, we are still inside the users, the users route, right? But we said we are logged out, so it's like you have to manually come back here and come and set it to the initial page, right? Now in order for us to be able to fix this, this is where we learn about protected routes, right? So let's quickly come to the root part of our project here, which is this one, this folder. Then we create a new file called what? Middleware.ts, right? Now inside this middleware.ts, we are going to write a couple of things, right? Now the first thing we are going to do is we are going to export default, right? Then we take with auth. So this with auth, we take it from NextAuth / middleware. Then we open it up. Then inside it, we say what? Pages. Okay, so inside this pages, what do we need? Sign in. Then this sign in page is going to be what? The home page. So we are saying that with the auth pages, our sign in page is definitely going to be this root, or this root page, right? This main page, right? Now right after setting this up, we want to come here and then say export. We want to say export, then what? We are export const config, right? Then inside create this quick object. Then we are going to say what? Matcha. Okay, so this matcha, okay, nice. Now this matcha, we are going to make it an array. Then it's going to hold the value of what? /users /path star. Okay, now I would understand if you ask questions and be like, so why do we have this star? Because like, you know, with previous React knowledge, we know that this one works, but like, why do we have the star? We are not only protecting, in this case we are not only protecting the users and whatever comes after it. So maybe we have this local host here, and we come down here and write this, right? So it's like in this case we are protecting users and whatever is here, right? But when we add the star, it means whatever comes after it, like whatever comes after it are also protected, and that is obviously a good thing. That's what we are looking for. So there shouldn't be a problem implementing this inside your project. Okay, so basically this thing ended because we had added this middleware.ts, right? So don't worry about that. All we have to do is to just run our npm. All we need to do is run our npm run dev. Okay, so after running your npm run dev, okay, so our project is here again, and I'll just refresh just in case. Then we can go back and check a few things. So let's make sure that no user has been created. Okay, yes, no user has been created. We are safe. We can test it out. So inside here, we just say what? We just go to a create account and then create a new account. So test user at gmail.com. Then inside we say what? Test user at, oh yeah, this has to be named. So test user, and then this one is test user at gmail.com. Then we say test user, same as the name, and then we can just register. Okay, so as you can see, our registration has been successful, and it will quickly navigate us to the users the users page over here. Okay, and then you realize that when I log out, it takes us back to the home, and then when we try to log back in using our user that we created, oh yeah, yes, it basically takes us to the page. Okay, we can log back out too and log back in one more time. and that should basically be it. We want to move on to create the sidebars for both the desktop view and the mobile view. Okay, so now that we understand what we want to work with, I want us to quickly start by going into the page.tsx, and we are going to take out this logout button that we put here, and what we are going to do is we're going to put in a new component called empty state. Okay, so this component is the empty state. We are going to put it in here, and as you can see, we've not created that component here. We are supposed to create it inside the components folder. And so what we'll do is we'll come here, and then I'll come and create this, and I'll say empty states.tsx. Then inside this empty state.tsx, we can quickly get rid of the error by exporting it like this, and automatically it should be exported nicely. So you can see that it's over here, right? Empty state, nice and clean. So okay, we are still getting this error here. Let me just re-import it myself, and everything should just be fine. Okay, so right after doing this, what we want to do is we want to go into this empty state here. Okay, then we're passing a few stylings. So I'll just come here, and then I'll say let's give it the first div. Okay, we're going to, yes, so this div, then we will apply a few class names. Now, okay, I wanted us to, okay, let's just apply the class names. So we say px6, right? Then we'll say py10, px6 py10, then sm, then we set that to px6 as well. Then we say we want to take this large, say lg. So for lg, what do we want to do? We want to set px to be what? 8. Okay, lg px is 8. Then we say h full, then we give it a flex, then justify center, then item center, then what? bg gray 100. So bg gray 100, nice one. All right, now that we've been able to work with this, what else do we want to do? We want to come inside, and then we want to apply another class name here. So here we'll start by saying text center, and then inside let's pass in the rest of the class names. We're going to quickly say item center, then flex, then flex code. Nice one. Then right after working with this one, what we want to do is we want to come here, and we want to quickly apply this h3 tag. Then we say what? Select a chat. So select a chat, or start a conversation. I want to do it like this. Okay, so start a conversation. Okay, nice one. Right after doing this, let's apply a few class names to it, right? So we want to say mt2, right? mt2, then we will say what? Text 2xl, and then we would apply font semi-bold. Let's not forget the text gray 900, and we should be fine right about here. Okay, so right after setting this up, we want to quickly work on a couple of things. Okay, so you see this empty state that we have in here. See this empty state that we have in here. We need to come to this div that we have here, and then apply a few class names. So what is the class name? We are going to say hidden. Okay, so on mobile screens is going to be hidden. Then we are going to apply this lg block. Okay, then we would say what? lg again, or for large screens again, make the pl to be 80, and let's make sure that the height is full. Okay, now right after doing this, you realize that it's only when I expand that we would see the empty state that we are supposed to see, right? So yeah, let me try to, so yes, so you see that it's here. Okay, so it's here, nice and clean. So right after setting this up like how we have to set it up, I'll quickly zoom in. I don't know, I want you to also be able to see all the stylings that is going on here. Let me zoom out a bit. Okay, I think this should be better. The next time you are going to align all the styles in the vertical order so that you can follow easily. Okay, so right after working on that, we want to quickly go on to create a new file over here, and then we'll name that file layout. Okay, so layout.tsx. Then after, we would do our refce, or if we don't want to do that, okay, let's just do the refce, right? And then this is the layout. Then we say what we want to change this to what users layout. So users layout. Okay, so I'm going to take this and take this and complete it. So users layout over here, nice and clean. Okay, so right after working with this, what we want to do is we want to make sure that this is an asynchronous. Okay, so this is async. It's an asynchronous functional component here, and right after working with that, okay, we need to rename this. Well, okay, so now it's exporting it accordingly. All right, so right after working with this, what we want to quickly do is we want to pass in a prop here, and then the prop we are going to pass in is children. So you are going to say children, and then this children prop is going to be having a type of React node. So we'll just say children again, and then we'll give it a React node. Nicely done. Then right after setting this up, we are going to have to come inside here, right? We're going to have to come inside here, and then we are going to say div, and then this div, we want to make sure that it is the height full. So it has the full height, and then we are going to assign the children to it. Okay, nicely done. Okay, so right after we've assigned the children to this div, we want to do one more thing. Okay, so we want to wrap this div, we want to wrap this whole div inside a sidebar component, right? So we can just come and then do sidebar here, and okay, then come here. So right after wrapping it around it, what we want to do is we want to quickly go into the components folder and then create a new folder. So inside your app, and then the components here, right, you want to create a new folder called sidebar, and then you want to create a new file called sidebar.tsx. Nicely done. Then right after that, we want to get rid of the error as fast as possible, so we just do our refce, and that should give us our sidebar. Okay, now inside this sidebar that we have here, we want to work on a couple of things with it, right? So what do we want to do with this sidebar? What we want to do with the sidebar is quite simple. Okay, so what we want to do with the sidebar is quite simple. We want to make sure that at the end of the day, we have one whole div we have in type, then we create the desktop sidebar and then the mobile folder, right? So how we are going to set this up is, first thing we are going to do is we need to come here and then create a children prop. Okay, then inside this children prop we are going to set it towards the React node. So react node noise. Okay, so right after working with this, we can easily just come and clean this up, and then we can set the first div, which is this one, set it to the h_full, and then the first thing we are going to do is, you see, if I do this, you still see it here, right? So the first thing we want to do is this, right? We want to make sure that we are creating an element here called main. Okay, then inside this main we would pass in the children. Okay, then okay, I think I need to spell it well. Children. Yeah, so right after passing in the children, you can see that the select a chat or start a conversation is at the top here, right? Don't worry, we'll fix that in a second. So for that, what we'll do is we just come here and then apply a class name to this one. Then we say for large screens, make sure your PL is 20, then make sure that the height is full. Okay, nice one. So right after doing that, you can see that it is now back at the middle here. Okay, so right after working with this, we are going to now have to work on the desktop sidebar, which is the bar that is going to appear right around here. Okay, so in order for us to be able to work with that, we can easily just come here and then create a desktop sidebar. Okay, then this desktop sidebar, obviously you are going to get the error, right? So but let's not overthink too much. All we need to do is come here and create the component desktop sidebar .tsx, and then inside desktop sidebar .tsx we want to get rid of the error as soon as possible, so we can just do our refce and then import our desktop sidebar at the top here. Okay, let's save, and then it should look just like this. All right, nicely done. Then let us quickly come here as well, and then we are going to apply the mobile sidebar too as well. Mobile sidebar, then we'll just call it like this. Of course we are going to get an error, but all we need to do is come here and then create the mobile sidebar like this and .tsx. Then that should basically allow us to do our refce and then get rid of the error as soon as possible. Yes, so yes, we save, and then you can see that we have the desktop sidebar and we have the mobile sidebar. Okay, so right after having both of these bad boys working in our favor over here, what we want to first of all do is go into the desktop sidebar and then work on a few things. Okay, so inside the desktop sidebar, right, we want to be able to import a few hooks, right? But how do we import hooks if we've not created them? This is where we'll go and create our hooks. So for that, inside this app folder here, we are going to create a new folder called hooks, and then inside this folder we are going to create a use routes hook. So use routes.ts, and then we are going to also create a use conversation hook. So use conversation conversation.ts. Okay, so right after right after creating use routes and use conversations hook, what we are going to do is I want us to remove the s. Okay, so what we are going to do is, inside this use conversation hook, let us create that one first. Okay, so inside the use conversation hook, what we are going to do is, we first of all want to come and import a couple of things. Okay, so import what? Use memo, and we would come at the end here and come and import use params from next navigation. Then we come here and then say use. So okay, in order for us to not waste too much time, let's just use the REFCE to recreate this. Then we just cut this one out, then we remove this return, and then we should just be as safe as this. Okay, so right after doing this, what we are going to do is, I'm going to say const params, then it's going to be equal to use params that we have here, then we initialize it over here. Then right after doing that, you are going to have to come and then say const conversation id is going to be equal to use memo. So use memo, and then we open it up, and then we bring the brackets, the arrow function inside, then we apply the dependency at the end here. Okay, so inside here, right, what are we going to do? We are first of all going to check. We say if there are no params dot conversation IDs, then we want to return an empty string. So an empty string here. So let's make sure that the params has been spelled correctly. Nice. Then right after doing this, what we'll do is we'll just come and say return params, or if there are conversation IDs, come and return what? Params dot conversation ID as a string. Okay, I'm going to return the params dot conversation ID as a string, and then make sure that this occurs under the dependency of what? Params dot conversation IDs. Nice one. If you've got to this stage, you've done really well. Let us quickly move on. We are going to create another variable here called isOpen. So isOpen is going to be what? A use memo again. So use memo, we can easily use the use memo snippet that is provided to us to just, you know, jumpstart things. Then right over here, what we can do is just open up we can just open up this, so you can see. Okay, for this one, what we just do is, no need to open it up. What we're going to do is, we're just going to take this this conversation ID that we have here, right? So we just take the conversation ID that we have, and then we apply a double exclamation mark. But what does a double exclamation mark mean? It just means, even though we are saying return params dot conversation ID as a string for this one, we still want to make sure that over here we are setting it as a boolean. Okay, because if you just leave it as this one, it's going to just see it as a falsy string. But since we want it to become a boolean, we are applying the exclamation marks twice. Okay, so understanding this, we want to also make sure that we are passing in the dependency to be what? The conversation ID. Okay, nice one. So right after working on isOpen, what we want to do is, we want to finally return use memo. Then we want to do, you know, the usual. Then we would open up this object quickly. Then inside we'll make sure we pass what is open, and we pass what? Conversation ID. Then we make sure that all these two things are going to be called based off of the dependency of is open and conversation ID noise one over here. Okay, so right after working with right after adjusting or creating our use conversation hook, we want to quickly go into the use routes hook and then work on that one too as well. So for the use routes hook, let's quickly do our REFCE, and then what we can do is we can just remove all these bad boys here. You can take out this React too as well. Now what is the first thing that we want to do inside this use routes here? We want to get the path name, so we can say const path name is going to be equal to what? Use path name, and then use path name, we are going to be getting the use path name from where? So we are going to be getting from next navigation. Okay, then when we are done, we would initialize it. Then right after initializing it, we want to also extract, okay, small const, we want to also extract the conversation ID, extract the conversation ID from use conversation. Nice. Then initialize that one as well. Okay, right after doing this, we want to come here and then return a few things. Okay, so here we'll say use memo, so return use memo here. Then what are we returning? So we open it up like this, then we'll create this simple arrow function here, which is going to come out with an array, and here we are going to set the first one to be what? Label, and the label is going to be what? A string of chat, and then inside we add the href, so the href is going to be what? Conversation. Okay, then we can come down here and then we apply the icon, and then the icon is going to be what? hi, so hi chat, and then we are going to be getting that from what? React icons. Okay, then right after doing that, we want to check for its active status. So how do we make sure that the page is active? We can do that by checking the path name, and then if the path name is equal to what? / conversation, then we know that it is active. Or if it is what? Or if the conversation ID is set to false. Alright, so that's how we know that this chat is going to be active, right? So being able to pass the first object, let's not waste too much time. We just copy this down here, and then we just say what? Users. Now right after doing this, over here all we have to do is pass in the users for the href. Then over here we'll say what? hi users. You get it? So hi users, we've gotten it from React icon and hi. Then right after doing that, we want to make sure that the path name check is going to be what? So whenever we navigate to users, it's going to be active. So right after working with this, like I said before, let's not waste too much time. Just copy and paste this over. Then for this one, we are going to make it the log out. So here we are going to make it log out. Then inside here we can just set it to hash for now. Then what we are going to do is, you see inside here we are not going to use icons again. What we are going to do is, we are going to use icons though, but like not here, right? So what we are going to do is we just clean this one. Okay, then we make sure that we pass an on click, and this on click is going to be what, an arrow function here, and then we are going to call the sign out from NextAuth/React, and then we initialize it. Then for the icon of the logout, we are going to use hi arrow left. So arrow left, hi arrow left. Okay, rectangle. Now make sure that this one you are importing it from hi2, so you can see, so import from react icon /hi2. Okay, nicely done. Now right after working with this, we want to make sure that at the end of the day we are coming here to come and pass the dependency. So we say that this value would only change when the path name or the conversation ID changes. Okay, now this is how we have set up our use route hook over here. So right after doing that, we want to quickly go back into the desktop sidebar here and then work on a couple of things. Okay, so the first thing is we're going to import routes. We're going to import routes from use routes. You can see we just imported that. After importing it, we are going to initialize it like this nicely. Then we are going to create a use state of what is open. So it's open, and then set is open. Then we are going to set it to a use state. Nice, initialize that one too as well. Okay, so right after working with that, what do we want to do right now? The first thing is we want to come down here, open up this bracket, then we say the first div. So the first div, why I want us to get the first div. Okay, nice one. So for the first div here, what we want to do is we're going to give it some class names. Okay, so like I said, I want us to arrange the styles like this so that you can easily follow. All right, because like it will keep entering the end of the screen. So let's just continue. Okay, so the first thing is for your desktop sidebar, you want to make sure that the first styling is hidden. All right, so on mobile screens it's going to be hidden. Then we say what, LG fixed. Okay, then LG insert, LG insert. Okay, insert y0 here. Nice one. LG insert y0. Then we say what, LG left, so left 0. Then we'll come here and then we'll come and see so LG left 0. We'll come here and then we'll come and do a few more class names. Now what is that class name? We are going to now take this z index for the LG, so for the large screens, right? We take the z index for that one, and then we'll apply 40 to it. Then we'll come down here again, come and take the LG and then apply a width of 20, so 20. Then we'll come here again and then take XL and say PX6. Okay, then under we would say LG overflow, so LG overflow, so overflow y, so overflow I thought they would give me, yeah, so overflow y auto. Then we would come here and we would apply more stylings, which is what, LG BG white, I want us to arrange this nicely. Nice. Then we come here and then we'll say that with LG border, take the LG border, right? LG border out, so border right, and then we can set that one to what, 1 pixel. Okay, then right after doing that, we can come back here, we can come down, and then we say what, we say that we want to take the LG PB4, okay, and we take LG flex, then what else, we take LG one more time, flex code, I'm trying to, I don't know, it's like it's not responding. Okay, it's here. Then we'll come down again and then we say justify between, so justify between, nicely done. Alright, so right after working with this, we want to come inside here, inside this div, and then apply a few more class names. So this div right here is going to open up, so this class name field, then we'll provide the mt4, right? So mt4, then flex, then flex code, then we have what, justify between, nice one. Okay, so right after working with this one, we want to quickly come down below here and then we'll apply our ul, and then with this ul we want to apply a row, so row of what, list. Okay, then after here we want to apply a few class names. So what are the class names? We want to say flex code, item center, oh, what is going on? Flex code, item center, I think ITC, so yeah, item center, and then space y1. Okay, nice one. So right after working with this, inside your ul we want to do something. Okay, now what is the thing that we want to do? We want to quickly open up this, and then we take the routes. Okay, we take the routes that we have here, right? We take these routes and then we map through. So we open this up and then we say what, item, okay, then we just do our equation here, then we open up the brackets, then inside we are going to pass a new component inside called what, desktop item. Okay, desktop item, then you can just save it like this, and you can see it's telling us to import it. So what we can do is we can just come to this sidebar here, and then we come and create a new file called what, desktop item.tsx, desktop item.tsx here. Then we can just do our RAFCE to get rid of the error as soon as possible. Okay, so for the desktop sidebar we need to make sure that it's a use client. Okay, this one too, yeah, but we need to make sure that it's a use client. So we come here and then we come and declare use client. All right, nicely done. Okay, nicely done. So right after making sure that our desktop sidebar is use client, let's, okay, so the error is gone. You can see that we have desktop item. Now that is clearly because of what we defined inside our use route, what we are returning over here. That is it. So understanding this, we are going to quickly go into the desktop item here, and then we are going to work on what we need to work on so that we can display the accurate data that we are supposed to be displaying. Okay, so inside the desktop item here, what we are going to quickly do is we can come and then create an interface. Okay, that's because we are going to be passing so many props, so or you're going to be passing props in general. It doesn't have to be so many, but as long as you're passing props, you need your interface. So I'll just say label. I'll take the label and then I'll give it the string type. I'll give it a type string over here. Then I'll take the icon and I'll give it any. Then I would say href. Then this href is going to be a string. Then I would say what? onClick. onClick is also going to be an optional, and then we're going to make it a void arrow function here. Then we set the active to also be an optional prop, and we set it to boolean. Nice. Then right after working with this, what we can do is we can just come here and then make sure we take our react.fc, and then we pass in the desktop item props that we have. Then inside this brace, this parentheses or these brackets, we are going to pass in the label. We are going to pass in the label, and after passing in the label, we are going to do a few more things. So we pass in the label over here, and right after that we come here and then we pass in the icon. Then we pass the href. Then we pass onClick, active, and then we can finally use them in our project over here. Okay, so inside here, what we are quickly going to do is we are going to come here, right over here. We're going to come right here inside the desktop item here, and then we say const what? handle click. So const handle click, we are going to create this really normal function, normal looking function, and then we are going to say if onClick is triggered, right? If onClick is triggered, what do we want to do? We want to make sure that we are returning onClick. All right, so return onClick. Nice. So right after doing this, what else do we want to do inside this return over here? Okay, inside the return that we have over here, let's clean that and then create a couple of things. So over here we are going to pass the list element here, and then this list element is going to have an onClick, and then the onClick is going to be handling what? It's going to do the handle click, right? Nice one. So right after setting this up, what we want to do is we are going to take the click component, the link components that we have in next/link, and then inside here we are going to be passing in icon. Okay, so but this icon that we want to pass here, we need to set it as like an alias or something, so like this, right? Then inside the link we can finally pass it inside, so we can say what? We can say icon, right? Icon, and we can also pass in what? The span. So inside the span we can pass in the label. So label is going to be what? Label. Nice one. So right after doing this, inside here you can see we are getting our errors. So all we have to do is pass in the href and then the href prop. That's all. So Okay, so let me quickly, okay, I think it's trying to compile. Refresh it myself, and then that should be working on the side lines. So right after doing this, we want to add a few class names to certain things. Okay, now let's quickly add the class names for both the icon and the spans, since they are much more easier and shorter to implement. And then we will finally go on to the link, and then we'll apply our stylings to the link over here instead. Okay, so right after understanding this, let us come, and then inside the icon here we'll apply a class name. So this class name is going to be what we first of all want to say that set the h to 6, then set the w to 6, then also set the shrink to what, 0. Okay, for some weird reason, I don't know why we are finding it difficult to compile. Okay, it says what should have a key prop. Yeah, okay, yes, that's true. So you see how we are passing in the props over here. Let's quickly go to the sidebar, desktop sidebar. So inside the desktop item here, let us quickly pass in the things that we need. So for this one, for the key, we are going to set it to what, item dot label. We're going to set the key to the item dot label, and then we are going to basically take the label and then set that one to the item dot label again, to item dot label. Then what else? We're going to take the href. We're going to take the href and then set that one to what, item dot href. And then over here we would do on click, and then we are going to pass in the item dot on click noise. Then let's not forget the last one, icon. And then for the icon, we are going to pass in what? Item dot icon. Then let's not forget one last one, right? Now that one is going to be the active. So for the active, we are going to have to pass in what? Item dot active. Nice one. So right after passing in all these properties, you can see that they are displaying over here nice and clean. Okay, so let us quickly go into the desktop item here, and then you can see that I've already applied the class names for the icon here, nice and clean. So we are going to come to the span and then apply the class names at that place too as well. And that one we are just going to say on the server side only that they are going to have to render. So we just say what's SR only. So that's basically it. So yeah, so doing this, we are basically applying a certain preset type of styling to it. So you can see that this is it showing over here. Then right after doing that, we want to come to this link. Then we want to apply a certain class name or a bunch of class names to them. So we take this class name, and then we'll open up the curly braces. Then we see what CLSX, right? We import that one. Then inside, like I said before, for the long class names, I want us to do them vertically so that you can keep track. And then because it's a CLSX, we cannot use double quotes when we are dividing it vertically like that. So we use the backticks. Now we open that one up too as well. Then what else? We can now start working. Okay, nice one. So for this, I'll just say group, and then I'll say flex, and I'll say gap x3, then I'll say rounded MD, then I'll say P or padding 3, then I'll say text SM, then I'll say leading 6, then I'll say font semi-bold, then I'll say what, text gray, text gray 500, then hover text black, so hover text black, so hover text black, and hover BG gray 100, then we will say what, transition, so that it becomes smooth when we move our mouse on top of it. So as you can see, these are the various links that we have over here. Let us recheck. We have group, flex, gap, rounded, empty. We have the padding. We have the text SM, the lead in 6, the font semi-bold, the text gray 500, the hover text black, the hover BG gray, and all these things. Then we want to make sure that, boy, what is going on? Yeah, so we want to make sure that right after setting it up over here, right, we want to check for the active. So in case one of the links or one of the tabs is active, right, what do we want to do? We want to pass in like a few styles. So we just set the BG gray, so we say BG gray what, 100, so BG gray 100, and then we say text black. Nice. So as you can see, it is here, nice and clean. Okay, so right after setting this up, this is basically it for the desktop item that we have over here, and then the desktop sidebar that we have. Okay, so we are quickly going to move on to create the mobile footer that we have. So we want to display it around here. Okay, so in order for us to be able to do that, let's not waste too much time. Let's go to the sidebar first. Now the sidebar takes us to this place, and then I can use control and click on that to enter the mobile sidebar here. Now one thing we can understand is the mobile sidebar and the desktop, sidebar, they seem to have like similar qualities. Okay, but no worries, I wanted us to like copy and paste and then just edit, but like no worries, it's not that much, so we can just move on. So I'll just say routes is equal to what, use routes, then we can import that nicely, then initialize it as usual. Then right after that, we can come below and then come and take its open property. So we can take the is open property from use conversation. Nice. So right after taking that, we can come and check. We say, we want to say, if it's open, then what, return null. So we don't want to show any mobile sidebar in case the is open property is set to true. Okay, so right after doing this, we want to make sure that we get rid of this error, and then in order for us to get rid of it, we need to set the mobile footer to be what, use client. So the mobile one has to be okay. Let me refresh. So the mobile one has to come down here, right? So let's not name it mobile sidebar, let's name it mobile footer. So let's make this footer, and we can change this to as well, make it footer. Okay, then we can change the name here to as well to mobile footer. Okay, then we can come to where the sidebar and then name it to what, footer. And then we can just take this one out. Nice one. So inside here everything is looking like it's supposed to look. Then right after that, what do we want to do? We want to quickly apply a few we want to quickly create a few elements and then apply their respective stylings to them. So the first thing is you're going to have to create a div, and this div is going to be holding the routes that we created at the desktop sidebar here. So all we have to do is just come and copy this and then go to the mobile footer and just paste that. And then for this one we'll not be using desktop item, but rather we'll be using what, mobile item. So mobile item, mobile item. Then this mobile item, we're going to change this to routes here, and then we can just reset all these ones. So that it makes us identify and make things easy for us to use in the future. So nice one, it has been done nicely. Obviously we are going to get the error because we have not created that yet. So let's come here and then create the mobile item file here, .tsx, and let us quickly do our refce so that we can get rid of the error. And let us quickly import it. Nice. Then this one we are not going to have any label inside, but I think we are going to have the rest of it, and then we are going to change this one to what, href. Nicely done. Okay, so now that we are showing this over here, right, let us apply our stylings, the right stylings, and then we can move on to go and work on the mobile item, and that should basically do it for us. So inside the class name here, like I said, for long class names I want us to divide it and then make sure they are arranged vertically, right? So this one we just say for large screens keep them hidden, and then fixed on small screens, then justify between. So justify between, then nice one, then bottom 0, nice one. Then we set the z to be 40, then we say what, flex, then we set the item center, then we set the bg white here, then we say border top, and then we just apply 1 pixels to it. Nice one. So right after setting this up nicely, maybe you might not see, you see you're not seeing the results here like immediately, right? Don't worry at all. We are quickly going to work on a few more things over here. So let's go into the mobile item here. Right now, inside the mobile item here, the first thing we are going to do is we can just come here, come and copy the desktop item. Let me just go copy the desktop item, and then paste it inside the mobile item here. Okay, then you just have to take this rename. So I just double clicked on it to select all of it. Then I'll press Ctrl F2 to select all instances of the desktop item, and then I can just type whatever to edit it. So I can just make it mobile item, and then everything should be working at all sides. Okay, nicely done. Now right after doing this, we want to make sure that this is a use client component here. Okay, nicely done. Then right after, we take out the label, we take out the label here too as well, and then right after that we leave this one at how it is, where it is. Then we come here and then we copy this, cut it, right, and then you come and paste it here instead. Then we remove this list and then remove this one too as well. Then we remove this span here, remove the span, and if we want to see, we need to come here and do it like this, so you can see that it is here, right? Then right after doing this, what else? Yeah, we are going to have to just edit the stylings for the mobile item. So for that one, it's actually quite similar, but no worries, we'll just start from the beginning so that nobody gets confused. So we'll just set this to group. Okay, then we'll give it a flex, then we'll say what, gap x3. Okay, then right after we are going to give it a p4, and then we give it a text sm, leading 6. Then justify center right. Then we apply the width full. Nice. Then what else do? We say text gray, text gray 500, right? Then right after, we set the hover. Then for the hover, text black here. Nicely done. Then we will come and give another hover again, and that one we just say bg gray 100. Okay, it looks like the snippets didn't show. Nice. Okay, right. Then right after this, we want to come down here again, and then we want to apply transition. Then we want to make sure that the one that is active here is the same as this. Like I said, it was very similar to it, so we don't have to change anything there. And then for the icon that we have here, all we have to do is remove the string, and we should be good to go. Okay, this is an awesome job that we have done over here. So if we want to quickly test it out, you realize that if we open the main one here, right, and then we click on this log out, you can see that it will quickly log us out nicely. And then when I try to log back in, see that it would allow us to log in and then navigate us straight to this page. Right now, if we used this one too as well, you see that we are outside now, and I just have to log back in. And then you can see that we are here, nice and clean. I want us to quickly work on displaying the user, that is the current logged in user. I want us to quickly work on that. Let me quickly refresh. So yeah, I want us to be able to display the logged in or the current user right around here. All right, so in order for us to be able to do that, let's quickly go into our app folder here, and then we'll create a new folder that is called actions. So create a folder that is called actions. Then inside we have to create a new file called what? Get session.ts. All right, so inside this get session.ts, what we want to do is I want to first of all import get server session from NextAuth. All right, then right after importing that, we want to quickly come down here and then we'll import the auth options that we created. So auth options, okay, let's wait a bit. So auth options here, then we import it from our NextAuth/routes. Okay, then right after that, what we want to do is we want to come here and then generate. So let me not waste too much time and just use the REPO to generate. Then we just clean it up by cutting this out. Then we cut the return out too as well, like this. Then we are left with just this. So with that, we just have to return what? Await. Yeah, we have to make sure that this is asynchronous. So we set the async here, and then we'll make sure that we are returning await get server session. Then we pass in the auth options. All right, let me quickly lower the volume a bit. Okay, I want to lower the volume, but I don't know if it will affect the recording. But all right, let's just work with it. So we have this out here. All right, we have it out here. I don't know. Okay, let me just turn it down. Okay, it's cool. So we have this out here, and we've been able to set this up. So what we're going to do is I'm going to quickly create a new file called get current user. Okay, so get current user.cs is here. Then inside this get current user, what we want to first of all do is we can just use our REFCA to generate this. Then we just clean this one out. We clean this one out too as well. Then we can now work. So inside here, we want to make this a try catch block. Then in case there's an error, we can return no, right? Nice. Then we want to make sure that we set the error to type any. Then over here inside our try block, we want to say concession, and that session is going to be await get session that we created in the other file there. So we are going to import it like this. So yes, get session, then we import it like this, nice and clean. Okay, so right after importing it, yeah, we also have to make sure that this is asynchronous. So nice one. So right after this, what we want to do is we want to check. So we want to check for, so we want to say that in case there's no session dot user dot email, then we want to return no. All right, nice and clean. Then we come here and we see that, oh, come and check for the current user over here. All right, so current user is going to be equal to, then we try to match the user with the database, or we try to find it with the database, so we can get the latest information about the user every time. So we just say prisma.user.findUnique, and we're going to open this up, and then we see where. Then inside the where we can pass in what email session, right, dot user dot email, nice one, as string, nice one. So right after working with this, we want to come again and come and check if we found the current user, right? So if we didn't find the current user, so I'll say const, sorry, say if we didn't find, so if we didn't find the current user, or if there's no current user, then what we'll do is we'll just return null. Then we'll come here and then we'll come and return the current user in case everything is successful. Alright, now that we've been able to work with this, what we quickly want to go and do is we want to go to the sidebar over here. The sidebar should be right around, so inside the site, then inside, okay, I think, yeah, component, yeah, it should be in the component, so yeah, right over here. Okay, nice one. So inside this desktop sidebar here, what we want to do is we want to come and pass in the current user prop. Okay, but how do we get this current user prop? We're going to get it by, first of all, creating a variable here and calling it current user. So current user, then we would await this current user, but we have to make sure that this is an asynchronous okay, so async, right? Then so as an asynchronous function, then we await the get current user. Okay, then that is basically it. We initialize it here. Then right after that, when we get the current user, what we want to do is we want to take the current user through a current user prop, and let's pass the current user, nice one. And then right after that, I'll just click on the desktop sidebar here. Then over here, we want to make sure that we are receiving the current user, right? We want to make sure we are receiving the current user, and then we are going to pass this current user into our components. But before that, we need to set up an interface that will help us that will help us set the type or the interface of our current user, right? And then how we are going to be doing that is with the interface, we just say desktop sidebar props, and then over here we'll just say what current user. Then this current user is going to be getting its type definitions from user, and then we are going to be taking it from our Prisma client. Alright, so right after setting this up, we know that we have to come here and then define it. So react dot what, react node, oh sorry, react dot fc. I use react node all the time, so react node fc, and then we pass in the desktop sidebar props, nice and easy. Okay, now right after we have this, what we want to quickly do is we want to now come and create this really quick avatar, right? And then with the avatar thing that we'll create inside, we want to now pass the current user inside so that we can display whatever user information inside the actual sidebar. So what do we mean by that? The first thing is, let's make sure that this div over here is a nav. The last time we forgot to make it a nav, we made it a div. So right after that, we'll come here and then we'll create another nav element here, right? And then inside this nav element, we want to have another div, and then inside that div, we want to have what, a new component called avatar. Okay, so avatar, right, nice one. But of course you're going to get an error because you've not created the avatar component. How we are going to create the component is we are going to come here, and then we would create avatar.tsx. Then inside the avatar.tsx, we just say refc to generate some random default component, then we'll come here and then import it. So as you can see, we just imported it and it should compile successfully. In order for us to see what is going on, we are going to have to expand, and then you can see that we have an avatar over here. Now we are going to be passing certain stylings to make sure that everything is aligned, so take your time and let us go through it. So now this nav, we are going to give it an empty 4, so margin top 4, and then we give it a flex, then we give it a flex code, then we give it what, a justify between. Nice. Okay, so let us pass all the stylings we need to pass. So justify between, and that is basically it. Then we'll come down here inside this div over here, then we pass in our class names. Now the first class name that we are going to be passing in is what, cursor pointer. Then after, we want to make sure that on hover, whenever we hover over it, we set the opacity to be what, 75. Oh, right. Then right after doing that, what we want to quickly do is we want to set it to what, transition, so that it becomes smooth. Okay, so yeah, that is basically it for the two stylings that we have to do. Then right after that, we want to make sure that whenever we click on the div that surrounds this avatar, it basically sets is open to true. Okay, and that is what we are going to be using to handle like a couple of things, a couple of menus and stuff. So this is, so we're going to say on click, then it's going to create, we're going to use it to create an arrow function that sets is open to what, to true. Now it's going to give us an error saying that what it can't assign then to void or whatever. So we just go up here and we'll just come and change this, make it false, like a default value. Yeah, then that's basically it. So now that we've been able to set it up like this, what we want to do is we want to quickly pass this current user, or if you like, we can just say user, right? So inside this user, we just pass in the current user here, then we'll go into the avatar and then we'll take it inside. Okay, so as you can see, it's still there, nothing has changed that much. If you refresh, it's still what it is. Okay, nice one. And we are supposed to do one more thing too. Let's come back to the desktop sidebar. Let's check a few things. I want to check if we've done something here. Okay, so yeah, so yeah, actually, okay, yeah, I mean, that's basically it. That's what we're supposed to do. Okay, so looking at this avatar here, what we can do is I can just come and then take the user inside, the user prop that we passed, right? So this is the user prop that holds the current user, and then we can come down here and then pass in the interface. So the interface, then we see what, avatar props, then over here we want to say the user is going to be what, taken from what, the user that we have in our Prisma client. Nice one. So right after setting that up, we want to make sure that we come inside here, we come inside here and then we define it. So we say what, react.fc, and we pass in the avatar props. Okay, nice one. Then right after doing that, we need to come here and then create our element. So the first element is going to have the class name of relative. Then inside we are going to be having another div, and inside this div we are going to have to pass in an image property. But before we pass in that image property, so that we can, let's quickly style the second div so that we don't get any errors when we pass. Like we don't have to be dealing with errors while we are trying to work, right? So over here what we can do is this class name, and what we can do is we just say relative, then inline block, oh yeah, relative and inline block, and we just say rounded full, and we say overflow heading, and we would say h9, then we pass in what, the w9, then let's make sure that on medium we say what, height is 11, and on that same screen we want to set the width to 11. Nice one. So right after doing this, we can come here and then come and pass in the necessary what, image element. So we can take this image from what, next slash image. Then right after doing this, we want to make sure that we set the alt and the src and all those things, right? So we can come here and then take alt and then make sure that the alternative is avatar, and right after that we can set the src to be, we can set it to be either the user dot image or a placeholder image that we have to pass through. So let's quickly just say images slash what, user dot png. Okay, so images dot user dot png, and for this, okay, let me quickly remove this so that we see. So for this you are going to have to download your placeholder, and I did some Google search and this is what I finally got to, right? Like this is what I got to, I don't know, for some weird reason, but I mean, after this project I'm going to push this particular part into the GitHub repo, so you can check the link in the description and then pick it up from the repo. So yes, I'm going to click on the full resolution, yeah, and then right after that I can just drag and drop it. Okay, let me come and look for the directory first. Let's close this, then we come down here. Yeah, we need to find public, then images. Okay, then we come and drag and drop, so I can just drop, yeah. So yeah, that's it. Then over here we can just set it to user.png. Nice one. We save it, and oh yes, and over here when we go back into the project, it says what, okay, let's refresh. We pass, yes, for this one we are going to have to pass in the fill prop. Nicely done, and it should be able to compile successfully. So as you can see, it is here, but for some weird reason, yeah, it is here nicely. Okay, so now that we can see the placeholder, what we can do is, let me quickly bring back what we passed in, which is what, the user question mark with the images, right? Then we just pass the fill here. So this is what I wanted to repass to. Okay, now we are going to be getting some errors. Okay, now what error are we getting? So you can see over here we are seeing Google user content, if you log in with the socials, you are going to be getting your default profile picture from those, like your social accounts, right? So how do we handle a situation like this, right? How we are going to be doing it is we are going to have to configure our next.config, right? So yeah, I like, I want to be able to explain it in such a way that we don't get stuck or too confused at anywhere, right? That's why I paused. So it's like, let me just refresh. Okay, then let me just log out. So I just logged out here. I just logged out, right? So you can see, before I try to log in, let me quickly just delete every user that is inside. Let's delete every user, make sure that everything is fresh out the box. Okay, nice one. So now that everything is fresh out the box, we can just click on the sign in with Google, and I mean, because you've already authorized it in the past, so it's not going to take us to that page again. It's just going to authorize. Now after it has done this, right, we would want to display the image, right, but we'll get an error. Okay, and then that's why we had that error here. Okay, so in order for us to be able to fix that, I did mention that we have to configure a few things inside our next.config.ts here. So for that, what we are going to do is we're going to take what we're going to quickly take the images, and then inside here we are going to pass the domain. It says that the domain is deprecated, but me, I feel like it's like the fastest to implement, right? Because like, why do I want to pass in the other one? I think pattern whatever, but like pattern something. I forgot, but yeah, as programmers we do Google all the time, so yeah, I know I'll find out in my next Google something, my next documentation read, right? But yeah, um domains are the fastest way, so I'll just use it anyways. So I'll just say rest.cloudinary. We are basically doing it for the future, okay, so don't get confused. rest.cloudinary.com, then we say avatar, don't forget your, so we say avatars dot what user GitHub user content, right? GitHub user content is spelled right. Then we'll come here and say what lh3 dot google user content .com. Nice one. Okay, so what you basically want to do is, the error that you got here, you see the host name that they gave you over here, just pass the host name, or just copy and paste the host name inside the domains, and we need to restart our client server, and you can see that it is starting. I'm just trying to refresh, and we should be able to see the image display. Yeah, so basically NextJS, for the images, you need to specify where you got the image from. That is why we are doing it inside the domains. You need to specify the host name, where it's coming from. So yeah, this is basically our project. Now we're able to successfully display our current user nice and clean. Okay, so let's quickly work on one more thing I almost forgot, and that is going to be the sign in status. So like, in case a user is already in case the user is logged in and we want to show that the user is online, how do we work with that? It's going to be quite simple. So inside the avatar here, we want to come down and add like this self-closing span, right? So okay, it's not responding for some weird reason, so give it a second, let it respond. Yeah, it's not responding. Yeah, so I think it should be responding by now. Okay, nice one. Oh, not responding again. Yeah, so yeah, then I'll just clean this with my delete key and recommend make this self-closing tag. Then I'll just bring the class name here. Then we pass in like a few classes. Now what are the classes that we are passing in? We say absolute, then we say block, then we make sure that this is a rounded full, then we give it a bg green 500. Yeah, we need to send this. So bg green 500. Why is it being here? So bg green 500. Okay, finally it's responding. Then we make sure we pass in the ring 2. I want the alignment to stay the same. Yes, ring 2. Okay, then we say ring white, then we make sure that the top is what, 0 and the right is 0. And then right after that we make sure that we set the h2, and we also set the width 2. Then right after we say on the middle side screens, let's make the h3, and let's make this one 3 as well. Okay, so yes, that's basically it. Let us quickly refresh. So the project is refreshing. Okay, nice one. Okay, we are getting this alignment issue here. Let us check on the thought it was VS Code we were working with. Okay, let's check on the project. Okay, so looking at this, we would quickly review the stylings. This one has to do with, okay, so the images is fine, and looking at this one is also fine. Then we look at the div. Okay, the div is also looking good. Then let's check. Okay, so we have this and this, they're also looking fine. We can go into the desktop sidebar here and make sure that the stylings are exactly how we want them to be. So flex cool, justify between, and let's make this what, item center. Okay, then when we go back into our project, so when we go back into our project here and we refresh, okay, let me pause the video. Once it's done refreshing, we will come back. And okay, so it's actually done refreshing, and then you can see that our alignment issue has been fixed, nice and clean. So that's basically it for displaying our current user inside our project. I quickly want us to work on displaying the users that we can talk to, or we can have conversations with. So right around here, so displaying the people that we can talk to, right? I want us to quickly work on that. Okay, so the first thing that we want to do is, let me zoom in. Yeah, then the first thing we want to do is we want to come into the actions here, and we want to create an action called a get users. So get users.ts. Then inside this get users.ts that we have here, what we want to do is we want to first of all do this RAFCE, so that we don't have to like rewrite everything again. Alright, then right after doing that, what we want to do is we can just clear this one, no need. Then what we want to do is we want to say const session is equal to await get session, right? Then we just initialize it like this. Let's make sure that this is an asynchronous function, and we can just await. Then right after doing that, we want to come below here and then write a condition. So we just check, we say if there is no session dot user dot email, right, then we want to do it, we want to return an empty array. Okay, then right after that we want to come down and then write this try catch block, and in case there's an error we want to make sure we are returning an empty array, but if there's none we want to make sure that we are getting all the users, and then so we are getting all the users by using the array, by using the await, and then we say Prisma, and then this Prisma we are going to be getting from the Prisma DB. Okay, so how are we going to be getting it? We are going to first of all import Prisma from app slash the @app slash libs slash Prisma DB. Nice one. Then right after importing that we can just use it here. So Prisma dot what user dot find mini. Alright, then we can do it order by, then we use the created at but the descending way. Okay, so we want to be able to order all the users by the time that they were created, by like in a descending order. All right, so the latest create, like the users that were created earlier would be on top, and then the ones that were created later would be below. So no, the ones that were created later will be on top. I mean, so it's like the latest users, that's what I'm trying to say. The latest users will be on top, and then the earlier ones will be below. Yeah, so this is where English becomes a little, a little bit backwards, but you just speak it anyways. So I'll just use the not, and then so we have the session dot user dot email. Now what this is saying is, while you are getting all the users for us to be able to talk to them, we want to make sure that you exclude the current logged in users email, right? Because we don't want to make sure that we are not trying to talk to ourselves, right? Like you don't want to display users and display yourselves, because you're not trying to have a conversation with yourself. That is just going to cause a whole lot of trouble and a whole lot of complexity that we have to be working with. So even if it doesn't cause that complexity, it just doesn't make sense to like text yourself type of thing. So so I'm just going to leave that, and we'll just come here and I'll just return users. So yeah, that is basically it. So right after doing this, we want to quickly go into the layouts. So I'll just bring this, then we'll go to the users and then the layout over here. Okay, then what we want to do is we want to quickly come here on top of this children here, and then we just create like this user list, right? This user list component. Okay, then we make sure that we are passing in a prop called items, and then this item is going to be what? Users. And then where are we going to be getting these users from? We are going to get the users from those actions that we created. So we say const what? Users is going to be equal to what? I'm sorry, I have a little code. So get users, and just import that. Then you can see we'll obviously get errors. So in order for us to be able to fix this, we need to create the user list. So let us quickly create a components folder inside the users folder. Components folder inside the users folder. Then inside the components folder, we want to create the user list .tsx, right? User list.tsx. Then we just use our RFC to generate some template code, and we can just import it just so we can keep working without the error noise. So right after doing this, we want to go into the user list, and then we want to start working on a couple of things. So first of all, we want to make sure that this user list is what? Use client. So use client, and we want to come down here, and then we want to quickly come and import a couple of things, right? So first thing is we want to import what? The user from Prisma client over here, nice and clean. Then right after doing that, we want to come down here and then write our interface. Okay, so say interface user list props, then inside we would say what? The items is obviously going to take its type from what? The users, the user, and then we just make sure that it is in the form of an array, okay, so that we can just display them nicely. So now that we have been able to set this up, what we need to do is we need to make sure that our component here recognizes the interface props that we made over there. So we'll just take the react, so react.fc, then we say what? User list props. Then right after making this available and then setting the object over here, or setting the prop over here, right, we want to quickly come inside this return, clean it up like this, open the brackets, and then we can continue working. So what we want to first of all do is we want to use this semantic element, okay. Then in this aside element, what we want to do is we pass in a few class names, right? We pass in a few class names. So the class names are a lot, so you are going to do it vertically like how we usually do. So we say fixed, then we say insert -y -0, then we say pb20, okay, pb20, right? Then we make sure that we say lg pb0, lg left 20, then we say what? lg lg w80 w80, then we say what, lg block, then we say what, border r, then we say what, border gray, $200, then we say what, block, and then we say what, w full, then left 0, left 0. Okay, nice and clean. Then right after setting this up over here, what we want to quickly do is we want to come inside it, then we say this div, right? We'll give it this div, then inside this div over here we bring in the class name, and I'll just say px5, then inside this px5 div we just pass in what, flexco div inside, then inside this flexco div we can pass in our text to XL, so text to XL, then we say what, font bold, then we say what, text neutral 800, okay, text neutral 800, and then we say the last one is what, py4. Nice. Then right after doing that, we make sure that inside it we pass in a text that says what, people. Nice. Okay, so we can see that it's kind of entering inside, so let me just expand it a tad bit. Okay, close the other one. Okay, so you can see it peek out just right here. Then right under that, right under here, the people that we created down here, we want to come under this people div, and then we want to come under the people div, and then the div that is under that, so basically this one, right? So let's close that one out. So under this div, right, then we want to come and say that let's take the items dot map, so let's map through all the users that we are passing in, and let's pick up each item, that is each user, and let's quickly, then we'll open up this brackets or this parentheses, and then we pass in user box component, right, of which we are about to create. All right, so user box component of which we are about to create, then I'll just set the key to be the item dot id, then I'll make sure that the data is going to be what, the item. Nice and clean. So right after doing this, we want to make sure we come inside the components folder here, and then we create the user box component here, just so we can get rid of the error. Alright, so inside here I'll just say our AFCE, then we can just come and import it here so we can get rid of the error. Nice. So right after doing this, we want to go inside this user box that we have here. Okay, yeah, so you're going to go inside this user box. Now if you don't have, like a lot of you might not see any user box being shown here, right? And like that is going to be because you just have only your account inside the database. Like, so it's just only your account, right? So if I refresh, you see that there are basically other users that are not me, my email, my current logged in email here, right? So in such a situation, you get to show the other users that are not your logged in email here, right? So which is, so if we are able to pass in all the data into their relative or their respective elements, you see that this nice user here would be displayed over here, nice and clean. So in case you want to see yours, what you can do is you can just log out like this, and then you can come and create a new account and say something like um uh better test user or better user, or like just normal test user, right? Test user, then test user at gmail.com. Then we say what, test user, of course. Then we just what, register. So the account should be created successfully, and it should basically take you, so you can see that more users, so the user box thing has doubled, right? So yeah, understanding this, we can now move on. So inside this user box over here, what we want to first of all do is we want to take the prop, right? So what we passed, we want to take it here. Then we want to make sure that we are defining an interface or the types for the prop. So we say this interface is going to be what, user box props. Then inside here we set the data to be what, user. Okay, nice and clean. Then right after, we're going to come here and then say what, react.fc okay, react.fc over here, and then right after doing this, we are quickly going to come inside here. Okay, then we would say const router is going to be equal to what, use router, and then we are going to be taking that from next/navigation, nice and clean. Then right after that, we want to come here and then create this is loading for now. So is loading set is loading, and use state, then we initialize it with false. Now this reminds me of something that we're supposed to work on. I think it should be inside the desktop sidebar, and is it, no, I'm sure it will be desktop item. I'm sure like some of you are still having one of your files highlighting red, and I'm trying to figure out where it was supposed to be. Yes, yes. So inside your sidebar, that when we are passing in the prop here, this one is basically, most of you, your sidebars are hitting red, right? That's because we need to be able to tell TypeScript that yes, the current user can also be null, right? So because of that, you can just put the exclamation mark here, right? So that it tells TypeScript that yeah, current user is current user, but like it could also be null. Okay, so you can even see it here. So yeah, that's it. All right, so after doing this, what we want to quickly do is we want to quickly come here and then write the function for this. So we want to say whenever we click on a user to try to start a conversation, let us write the functionality for it. So this one is going to be a use callback actually. Then this use callback is going to have like a couple of things. Now the first thing is we're going to make an API call. So we say Axios, but I guess we need to import Axios, so we just imported it. Then we say Axios dot what dot post. Then we are going to say that go to the API slash conversations. Then okay, yeah, we need to basically pass empty dependency here, the empty dependency array here, so that we can be safe in the meantime. Then yeah, so right after this API slash conversations, you want to bring this comma, and then you want to open this up and then say that the user ID should have what, or the conversations user ID should have the current user dot ID here, right? Or the so the user data dot ID. So it's like you are creating all these conversations and you're making sure that the user ID fields contain the data that we are receiving here for each user's ID. Nice and clean. So right after understanding this concept or working around this, we want to make sure that we come here and then we pass the then, and then we say that what data, this then is taking the data, and we basically want to do this router dot push, right? So router dot push, then we want to basically go into the conversations page, right? But not just any conversation page, the conversations page that belongs to this particular user, or that belongs to both of you. So it's going to be what data dot id. Nice and clean. So right after doing this, we want to make sure that we apply the what finally. Then so finally, then we say what it's going to be what set is loading to be what false. Nice one. So right after doing this, what we want to quickly do is we want to come here and then we set the dependency to be the data and then the router. Nice one. So right after setting this up, we want to come inside here, and then we are going to basically create the UI for it. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we want to create this div, right? So this div is basically what is going to wrap around everything, and we are going to make sure that when we click on it, it is going to handle click for us. Okay, so that's what is going to help us create the conversations. Then we say class name, then we pass in a long list of class names. So we need to make it vertical, right? So we say what w-full relative flex item center, then what space x3, then what bg height, then p3, then hover bg neutral 100, then rounded lg, transition then cursor pointer. Nice one. So right after doing this, right, what we want to do is inside here we want to pass in the avatar. So here we can pass in the avatar. So it's going to be what, this avatar that we created, and we are going to basically pass in. So we are saying that it's going to be user, then so user. So inside the user prop we just want to pass in the data. Okay, so it needs to recompile. So yeah, so you can see, right, you can basically see that it is basically listing all the users that we have inside the database that we can have a conversation with, and you can see that we are almost done with that. So under here, what we want to do is we want to create this div that is going to be having the mean dash w dash 0. Then we come here and then say what, flex 1, right? Then inside this, what we want to do is we want to create this other div that has what, focus outline. Okay, focus outline none. Okay, then we create this. Then inside we want to have this div that has a flex class name as its first class name here. So flex, then justify between item center, then what, mb1. Nice one. So right after doing this, we want to make sure that we are passing in the p. Then so inside the p tag we want to pass what, the data dot what, name, right? Then we make sure we pass in a few class names here. So we say this class name is going to have what, text sm, right, font medium, and you say what, text gray 900, and then that should basically do it for us. So let's quickly refresh so that it recompiles, and then so it can display what it has to display for us. So I'm trying to recompile this. For some reason it's being slow. Okay, so it's recompiling, and then you can see that we have you can see that we basically have these users here that we can quickly create a conversation with. Okay, nice and clean. Now that we've been able to work with these, this is basically us making or creating the list of users we can have conversations with. If we want to quickly go through a summary of this, we first of all came to create action here that gets all the users but excludes the current logged in users email from the user data or the users data. And then we come inside the layout here and then come and pass this component, which is the user list. Then we make sure that this user list holds a prop which has the name items, and then we passed in these users that we got using this action. Inside we pass in the users inside, so it receives this users array through the prop and then basically maps them through here using the user box component that we also create here, so which is this one. And then for each user box we made sure that we styled it in a certain way which looks exactly like this. Nice one. So right after working with this, making it look like this, I feel like we are good to go. So today's video is going to be a little too lengthy. It's going to be a little lengthy and might be a little confusing. So I have pre-made a bunch of folders down so that you just follow along and then get it done, so you don't get confused or mix anything up. Before we begin, I want us to quickly make a few changes at a few places before we forget. Right, so what is the first place that I want us to make our change? The first place I want us to make our change is the user box. So let's quickly go into the user folder, and then I'll click on the page here. Okay, I think it should be in the component 2 user box here, and we'll quickly scroll up to this one, this side, and then all we have to do is add the s, right, so we don't get confused along the line. Then right after doing that, the next thing we want to check is the use routes. So for that one, we need to go to the hooks and go to use routes, and we make sure that we pass in what conversations. That is awesome. And right after doing that, we want to quickly go on to work on the actual projects that we're working on today. So what we want to quickly work on is we want to be able to create conversations. All right, so in order for us to be able to do that, the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to go into the API, and then we are going to create a new folder here called conversations. So entering this folder, as you can see, there's nothing in here, right? So entering here, what we are going to do is we're going to create a routes.ts file. So routes.ts, right? So routes.ts file. Then inside this routes.ts, what we are going to be doing is, let's first of all import. So we are going to let's first of all import. So I would say what, import get current user. We want to get the current user. Okay, so right after importing that, the next thing is we want to quickly import next response from the next server, and right after we want to import Prisma. So Prisma from Prisma DB. Alright, this is awesome. Right after working on this, we want to quickly come here and then export async. So async function here. Then we make sure that the name is what, posts. Okay, in capital. And then over here we set this to be what, oh, come on. So we set this to be request. We set it to be request. That is small. So request, small letter requests. Then request. Then we are going to say that the type is going to be request. Alright, nice one. So right after setting this up, what we want to do is we want to come inside, and then we want to open up our try catch block. Okay, so with this try catch block, that is what we are going to be using to write. This is what we are going to be using to create our conversations, right? So quickly, what we want to do is we want to make sure that inside the error we are returning. So in case there's an error, we want to return new next response, right? Then we say what, internal server error. Okay, then right after that we make sure that we pass in the status 500. Okay, after working on the error, what we quickly want to do is we want to come back to the top here. Inside the try block, we want to first of all get the current user. So we'll say current user is equal to what, await get current user. Then we initialize that. Then what else do? We want to get the body. So for the body, we equate it to await. Then we say what, let's take the request and then make it a JSON object so that it can work with our request well. Sorry, it can work with our API actions well, right? Or we can be able to pass in data well. Okay, so right after doing that, we want to quickly come here and then basically take the body and then destructure it into a bunch of properties that we are using to collect our data, right? So we first of all want to take the user ID. Okay, let me equate it to the body so that we know we are taking all these things from the body. So we are taking the user ID, then we are taking what is group. So we are going to be creating group chats and everything. So we are basically creating all these things to cover all those conditions. So we have members, and then we have name over here. Nice one. Then right after collecting all these properties from the bodies, all these fields from the body, what we want to do is we quickly want to come and check. So what we want to check if it's not the current user, or if the current user is not available, or if it's not the current user, if it's not the current user, if it's not the current user's ID, and it's not the current user's email. Okay, so we want to check for that. So we'll see what. Yeah, that's like another way of saying that there's nobody logged in, right? So yeah, if it's not the current user dot ID, okay, like I mean, if the current user is obviously not logged in, then it can't be that current user, right? It's obviously someone else's. So it's what if it's not the current user's ID or the current user's email, then what do we want to do? We want to make sure that what we say it's what new next response, and then we'll say what unauthorized then we are quickly going to set the status to what going to set the status to what 401. Nice one. So they are checking, right? They are checking if it's not the current user's ID or the current user's email that is about to create the new chat, right? So basically someone who has not logged in is trying to create a new chat. We want to block the person from doing that. Then we want to say if it is group, right? If it's a group chat, okay, and okay, so if it's a group chat and there are no members, right, or the members or the member number, right, or the number of members, so that is members.length, right? So members.length is less than 2, right? Or there is no name, right? What do we want to do? We quickly want to come here and also return RL. I'll just copy this one and then paste it here nicely. Then I'll just change it to what bad requests. Okay, so this is basically a different condition we are checking for in case someone is trying to create a group under the conditions that do not favor creating a group. So right after setting this up, what we want to do is I want to come down here, right, and then I want to create a new group chat, right? So for that we say if is group, right, if is group has been passed through the body, then what do we want to do? We want to quickly say what const new conversation. So we are creating a new group chat, right? So a new conversation is going to be equal to await what Prisma dot conversation dot create Okay, then we pass in what data, and then we say what name. Okay, then is group, users. Okay, then connect, then we see what take the members. So basically we are saying what take the members, right, that are already there or that already exist, or yeah, take the members that are already being passed and map through them, right, map through them, and basically say this members. So members or member, right, then we are going to set the value type to string. Okay, then right after doing that, we quickly want to come here. Okay, so inside here, right, inside here, then we would open up this brackets like this, and what we want to do is we just pass the ID of each member. So we pass in the ID as the member for, like, we pass in the ID of the conversation to be what each member's ID, but like it's in the value object, so we just pass it like member.value. Okay, so that is basically it. Then we'll just come right behind this side here, and then we'll come and open up this nice object. Then we'll pass in what the current login users ID separately. That is very crucial. Okay, so we pass it in like this. Nice one. Nice one. So right after doing it like this, what we are quickly going to do is we want to make sure that we can easily display we can easily populate the response with the user details of those inside the conversations, right? So for that, we can just come to the last one, and then, or the last but one, the curly brace, we hit enter, and we now pass in include, and then over there we just say what users is what true. Okay, nice one. So that is how this is done in Prisma. Then right after setting this up like this, what you quickly want to do is you want to make sure that you are returning. So this at this last side here, right, so we need to make sure that we are returning. So this is our if, so we make sure that around here we return, so we return what next response dot json, then we return what new conversation. Nice one. All right, now that we've been able to do this, right, to set up the functionality that is going to help us create a group chat, let us quickly work on a one-on-one conversation. So that we just say const existing conversation. So for this one, we want to check if the you see, we want to make sure that whenever you click on one person here, it creates a new conversation, right? So now we want to check if the person that you're clicking on, you and that person already has a conversation, so that you don't go and create a new conversation, right? So in that situation, we would say what const existing conversation. Okay, this thing is making noise, but yeah. Okay, I want to quickly I want to mute this, and I want to check if it affects our sound. Hello. Okay, it doesn't affect the sound, so we can still record. So const existing conversation, then I will quickly await, then what, prisma dot conversation, right, dot find mini. Now you may ask that why is it that we are trying to work, or we are trying to check for a one-on-one conversation between me and someone, right? So like, why are we using find mini? And that is because of how Prisma is constructed. So because of that, we kind of don't have any other choice than to use find mini. But don't worry, when we use find mini and then we get the data in an array, we are just going to take the first item inside, right? And that is obviously going to be that our one-on-one conversation. So find mini, then we pass in where, then over here we just say what, capital or yes, then right after we open up the array, and we basically pass in the object, then inside the object you see what, user IDs, then what, equals, then what, we see what, it's going to be user ID, and then the current user dot ID. Now this is how we are checking for an existing conversation. We are checking at places where, or we are checking inside the database, and we are checking whether the IDs of these conversations have both the user ID and then the current user ID inside, right? To basically the sender and the receiver, right? From both perspectives. And we want to also see what we just did here, right? Let's quickly take this one and quickly copy and paste it here, but like we just switch the positions just so we make sure that we don't miss other we don't miss any other conditional queries that our database is going to perform, because there were such hurdles while building this way before. So right after setting it up like this, what we want to quickly do is we want to come down here, right, we want to come down, which is this side, and we want to come and look for the single conversation, right? So for that, remember I said at the middle side, around that part where we were creating, or we're searching for the existing conversation, that we are going to take the first item inside the array. So that is going to be this place. So I'll just say what, single conversation is equal to what, existing conversation, and then we just take the first item inside the array successfully. So after doing that, we want to come and check again. We want to say that, oh, if in case we check and then yeah, it's true, like we found a single conversation here, right? In case we check and we say, oh, we found a single conversation, what we want to quickly do is we want to come down here and then return what, we want to return that single conversation that we were able to query out, right? So next response, then we passing what, so next response the JSON, then we passing what, the single conversation, right? Nice and clean. So right after working with that, right, so this is basically how we are going to be handling conversations, one-on-one conversations that already exist, right? That means you've already talked to them in the past, type of thing, right? So right after setting this up, we quickly want to create actual new conversations. So for that, we have to say what, const new conversations, right? So new conversation, then we say what, await, then this await is basically going to go to Prisma, we're going to go to Prisma, and then we say what Prisma dot what conversation dot create, right? Then we open up this brackets, then we bring in the curly braces, then we say what data, and then this data is going to be what this data is going to be what users, and inside this users we want to connect, right? Then okay, then right after we take the ID, right? We take the ID and then we are going to be passing it in as what current user dot ID, nice and clean. And then we'll come and copy this one too as well, and then come and paste. Then for this one's ID, all we need to do is user ID. Then I'll just yes, so that's basically it for that. Nice one. So right after we are done doing that, like I said before, we want to be able to make sure that while we are querying this out, we can also just simply display the user details. So for that, I'll just say include, then here we just pass in what users is what true. Then right after this is successful, we want to make sure that we send back a response. So return response.json what new conversation. Nice one. So right after working on this, what we quickly want to do is we want to go into the home. Of the conversations page. So in order for us to be able to do that, let us quickly collapse this. Then we'll come back, open up the app, go to this conversations folder. So you obviously don't have the conversations folder, but how you're going to get it is you're going to have to create it yourself, right? So inside your app folder, you're going to create a conversations folder here. Then inside this conversations folder, you're going to this conversations folder here, right? What we are going to need is you're going to create two files. The first file is going to be what layout.tsx, and then the second file we are going to need is page.tsx. Nice one. So right after setting this up, what we quickly want to do is I want to say RAFCE, and then I'll just generate the boilerplate. Then I'll just make this home. Okay, nice one. So right after setting this up, what we quickly want to do is we want to come above here and then set it to what use client. So use client. Nice one. Then right after doing that, you want to quickly come and then import C. So yes, you quickly want to come and import CLSX from CLSX and then right after doing that, what you want to do is you can just come down here and then import a few hooks that you're going to need, right? So as you can see, we can just import use conversation from the hooks slash use conversation. Then we can also import empty state. So import empty state. So empty states. Nice one. Then right after importing all these bad boys, what we quickly want to do is we want to come down here and then we want to take that is open properly or its open state, and then we are going to be taking it from what the use conversation hook or custom hook, use conversation custom hook. So right after setting this up, what we quickly want to do is inside here we can just say div, then inside we pass in what we pass in the empty state. If you want to see, you can just expand, and you can see it's not really that much of a difference, but don't worry, it is here. And right after setting up your empty state over here, what you quickly want to do is you want to come and add a few class names. So for the class name, we'll come here and then say class name, right? Then this class name is going to be made with the CLSX. So for that, we can just open this up, then CLSX, and these class names are not, plenty like that, so I guess we can still write them on the same line over here. So I can just open up this double quotes, and then we are going to write what's LGPL80, then we want to say what's hfull, and we want to say what's LGblock. Then after this, all we need to do is bring the comma, and then we check the property. So we say, oh, check if it's open, set the stylings to what? Block. Okay, then, but if that's not the case, well, keep it hidden. Okay, nice one. Okay, so right after setting this up on the page, in the page.tsx inside the components, what we quickly want to do is we want to go to the layout, and we want to quickly work on the layout. Okay, so as you can see, this is our layout, and looking inside the actions, we need to be able to work on getting conversations actions. So in order for us to be able to work on that, let us quickly go inside the folder that the folder that is named actions, and basically create a new file inside, and then this file's name is going to be called what? Get conversations. Okay, .ts. Nice one. So now that we have this get conversations .ts over here, what we quickly want to do is quite simple. So for this, what we are going to do is I can just quickly open this RAFCE here, and then we can clean this out, right? Then right after cleaning that out, we can just come here and come and get our current user by saying const current user is equal to what? Await current user. So for the await the current, for us to be able to await our current user, all we need to do is pass in the async here, and come here and then await. So await current user, get current user. Nice one. Then we just initialize that nicely. Then right after doing that, we want to check for a couple of things. So you say what? If what? So I want to create this using the snippet, but I guess it's not showing. So if current user .id doesn't exist or is not available, right? We want to return an empty array. Nice one. Then we want to come down here, right? Then we want to say try, right? So inside this try here, what we want to do is, in case there's an error, we want to return what? An empty array, nice and clean. Then inside this try here, what we are going to do is we are going to get the conversation. So you see what? Const what? Conversations, going to be equal to what? Await Prisma. Now you can see that this is Prisma, but we have not imported Prisma inside our project, so or our file. So in order for us to be able to do that, let's quickly come and then import Prisma from app, then it's slash libs slash Prisma db. Nice one. So over here we see what Prisma dot what conversation dot find mini, and then we open this up as usual. Then what we are going to do is first of all going to order them by descending, right? So we see what last message at what descending. Nice one. So right after doing this, what else are we going to do? I'm quickly going to come here and then say where, right? Then where we are going to say inside the user ID, we're checking inside the user ID, the user IDs, and then this user ID we want to check if the the current user or the current logged in user is inside that list of user IDs, right? So okay, now now most of the time the reason why we are trying to do this for the most part is we don't want to display the current logged in user amongst this list here, or else like you don't want to be texting yourself, right? You don't want to be talking to yourself. So we are performing this check, just to prevent that from happening. And right after that we are going to come to the include as usual, and then sorry. So right after that we say what users, then we set that users to what true. That is, we need to be able to display all their details. Then now for the messages we need to do it in a certain way. So for here we say that messages, then we say include what the sender, and include the sender and scene, right? So sender, that is true, and then the person who saw it, right? So scene, then we say what true. Nice one. Then right after we are done, we want to come down here and then return the conversation. Send conversations. Nice one. So right after working on this, what we quickly want to do is we quickly want to go to the place where we wanted to use the get conversations, and that is obviously going to be what our layout.tsx. So over here what we are quickly going to do is our AFCE as usual to just generate this really quick stuff here. Then we change it to what conversations layout. Right after setting it up like this, we want to set it to be an asynchronous function, and we want to say that it's going to receive a bunch of children. So children here, and then we are just going to say what children. So the children property, or the children prop here is going to be what? It's going to be a react node. Nice one. So right after working this out, what we quickly want to do is we want to come down here want to come down here and then we say const conversations is equal to what? Await get conversation. Then we just what? Initialize that. We need to spell this well. Conversations. Nice one. So right after working with this or creating this, what we quickly want to do is we want to come here first of all, then we open this up. Then first of all we want to render our sidebar. So I want the snippet to show it so that so it's here. So sidebar. Then inside the sidebar we are going to be passing in a few children. The first is a div with h full access first class name. Then we need to make sure that we pass in the children as expected. Nice one. But there is one problem here, right? Now the problem is we need to be able to create the conversation list, right? So for the conversation list, we can quickly just come here and say conversation list, right? Then that's it. So we are going to get an error. Then we are going to get our error. But before we do anything, let us quickly pass in a sample prop and say what initial items is going to be what? It's going to be what? Conversations. You guessed it right. By yourself a cookie. So right after doing this, right, what we want to do is inside this component, you can see that this components folder has been pre-created, like I said before from the beginning. Then inside here, we want to quickly create. So we see what conversation list. Okay. Dot what tsx. Nice one. Then right after setting this up, what we want to do is we want to say refce so that we can get rid of the error inside our layout.tsx. So here, okay, then we just import nicely. Now as you can see, the initial items here is showing this red underline, but don't worry, we're going to work on that as soon as possible. So basically what I quickly want us to work on, just so that we can prevent this one from occurring in the future, because there's this error that is coming with this and we don't want to experience that error in the future. So let us quickly create types for it. Right now, in order for us to create the types for it, let's go to the types here. Right, let's go to the types there. Then what we're quickly going to say is we're going to create a new file called index.ts. So index.ts over here. Then inside your index.ts, what you want to do is first is you want to export what? You want to export type here, right? Full message type. So we're writing the type for the messages. Then you're going to equate it to what? Message. Now this message we are going to be getting it from the our Prisma client here. Then right after that we bring this ampersand and we open it up like this, nice and clean. Then we are going to say that for each message we definitely want to make sure that the sender is a user that follows how it was arranged. Okay, so basically the sender is a user and the scene too is also going to be an array of users. So nice one. Then okay, so right after doing this, I think we have to import the user. Alright, nicely done. So right after doing this, what we want to do is we can quickly just copy this and paste it here, then we can see what full conversation type, full conversation type over here, right? Then we can see this one is no more message but now conversation. Nice one. All right, then right after setting that up, you can just come here and then set the users to be what user, and with the array, then we now come here and see what messages, okay, becomes what full message type. Nice and clean. We need to fix the spellings on the messages over here. Nice one. So right after working on this, what we quickly want to do is we want to go back to the quickly go back to the conversation list and then work on what we had to work on. So inside this place, this is our conversation list. Then what we are quickly going to do now is I'm going to have an interface. Okay, so we'll say interface is going to be what? Conversation but list props. So conversation list props. Then we see what initial what items. Okay, initial items. Then we see what full conversation type over here, nicely done. Then we just add the array in front. Nice. So right after setting this up, what we quickly want to do is inside here we want to say what react. So react.fc, right? Then we passing with the conversation list props over here. Then what we want to do is inside here we passing with initial items. Now we have been able to get rid of that potential error I was talking about. Then right after, we're going to come here and then we say what? We're going to come here and say const items set items, right? Then we are going to equate it to what? useState. Then it's going to be what? Initial items to be its initial state. Nice one. So right after working on this, what we quickly want to do is we want to also import or use the use router. So I'll say what const router. Now import from what? use router, and then we are going to be taking it from next navigation. Always remember not to choose use router and then take from router. Always remember to avoid that and always choose use router from next navigation. Okay, nice one. So right after working on that too as well, we can simply come here and then create this object construction here. Then what we are going to say is what? Conversation id is open, right? So it's open conversation id. Then we are equating it to what? use conversation. Nice one. So after taking this and putting it inside our conversation list here, right? What we quickly want to do is we want to come inside and then add in a few elements. Okay, so over here, let's not waste too much time. I'll open up the brackets like this, and the first thing is we're going to be adding the aside elements, nice and clean. Then inside this aside element, we are going to pass in a few class names or a lot of class names. So here we say what fixed, okay. Then insert y0 here. Then you want to say what pb20, okay. Then you want to make sure that what your LG, so you want to make sure that your LG left is what 20, okay. Then you want to say what your LG what LG PB or padding bottom is what padding bottom is what 0, okay. Nice one. Then right after that, you want to make sure that you're taking your LG and then you're setting the width to be what 80. Nice one. Then you can come here and then take your LG and then set it to what block. LG, set it to what block. Nice one. Then right after that, you can come and say what overflow y auto, then you can set the border to be R, so you can set the border to be R, border right, so that's basically border right. And we can say that what border gray, so border gray. Then we say what 200. Nice one. So right after doing that, we need to write we basically need to write this conditional stylings, but as you can see, since we wrote it inside the class name, we can't do that. So what we are going to do is we are going to cover this with the curly braces. Then we will quickly call the CLSX here, okay. Then they will quickly come and close this. Then as you can see, we still need to pass in the backticks, so backtick here, backtick here. Then we are all safe and sound. So right after that, for the optional styling, we want to check for is open. So if you check is open and you realize that it is open, is true, you want to set it to what hidden, right? Then but if not, we set it to what block with full and left 0. Nice one. All right, so right after working on this, what we quickly want to do is we want to come inside this aside here, and then we want to add one div, and then this div is going to have the px of 5, so px-5. So we're going to say px-5, and we are simply going to create it, and we are going to have another div that its first class name is going to be flex. Then after the flex, what we are going to basically pass in is justify between, then what mb4, and then pt4. Nice one. So right after working on this, you want to come here inside again, and you want to basically add this div as well, and then this div is going to have the value of messages, okay. Then we are going to pass in a few class names, that wouldn't hurt you. So class name, then we see what text to XL, right? Then we set it to font bold. Then we say what text neutral 800. Text neutral 800. 800. Nice one. So you should be able to see it when we go into the chats, when we go into the conversation. So when you click on this, right, it should be able to take you there. It says what important components, use router. So it says use client, and that is going to be what the conversations list. And yes, that is true. So let's not forget to make this use client. Okay, use clients. I always, so yeah, nice one. Then right after doing that, your project should load nicely. Okay, so you can see here that we have the messages. We have the messages here, nice and clean, right? Then what we want to do now is, what we quickly want to do now is, we want to make sure that under this messages div, we are passing in another div that would basically that should basically appear right around here and should allow us to add a group chat every time we want to, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, what we are quickly going to do is we're going to create this div, and then this div is going to have like a bunch of class names, right? So I just say class name, right? And then the first class name that a div is going to have is what? Rounded full. So rounded full, then we have p2, then we have bg gray 100, then we have text gray 100, and then we have what? Cursor pointer. Then what else do we have? We have hover. So whenever we hover, we want to set the opacity to what? 75 here. Then we see what? Transition. So transition, nice one. So right after working on these class names right here, right after working on them, what we quickly want to do is we want to come and then add that icon that I was talking about. So inside you see what? You see that what? Tick md outline group add. Alright, then so md outline group add, nicely done. Then we set the size, so you set the size to 20, nice and clean. So right after working on this part, what we want to do is we want to come down right below these two divs here, and we are going to enter, and then over here we are going to do a few checks and a few mappings, right? So we are going to say that, oh, check if so basically check the items dot what? Check the items. So items, and then after checking them, I need you to map through, and I need you to basically take each and every single item in here, right? And I need you to, yeah, so then right after, I need you to quickly open this up, right? Then you are going to have to render this new component we are about to create called what? Conversation box. Okay, so conversation box, nice and clean. Conversation box, nice and clean. Then right after that, we want to set the key. So all these are props that we are going to be passing in the near future. So item.id, then we have what? Data, and the data is going to be equal to what? Item here, like this, nice and clean. Then we see what? Selected, So we'll say selected is what? So selected is what? Is going to be conversation ID. So conversation ID item dot id. Okay, nice one. So right after doing this, let's quickly come here and then create our conversation box component here. So conversation box, I can easily just copy the name. Don't want to type it again. So after that, we just come here and copy and paste. Then we say what's conversation box.tsx. Then inside this conversation box.tsx here, let's try to get rid of the error by taking this out. Then we would come here. Okay, nice one. So as you can see, we have added the conversation box, but we've not passed in the props, so obviously we are going to be getting some errors. Okay, so now that we have been able to pass in the conversation box, and we know that so far there are 2 conversations that we have available inside our database, what else do we want to do? We want to go into this conversation box and then start passing in some stylings and stuff and the necessary properties needed to display the right data. So what I'm going to do first of all is let's create our interface. So this interface, then inside the interface we have conversation box props. Nice one. So inside this conversation box props, we want to say data, then we are taking this data from what's full conversation type. Alright, full conversation type. Then we will take selected. So selected. Okay, boolean, a small letter boolean. Nice one. Then right after setting this up, let's make sure that we are passing it in. So we see what react.fc is going to be what? Conversation box props, right? Then inside we will pass it in. So we'll see what data and selected. Nice and clean. So right after setting this up, what do we want to do now? Now the first thing that we want to do over here is we want to be able to get a few things. Okay, so but before we do that, we need to be able to create one more hook, and then this hook is going to be called use other user. Okay, so let's quickly come here. Let's quickly collapse this. Okay, collapse this, and we are going to come to the hooks here. So we see what use other user. So use other user. Okay, .tsx. Okay, nice one. So for the use other user, we are not going to waste too much time. Let's basically use the RAFCA to generate it as fast as possible. Then yes, it has to be TS, not TSX. Nice one. So right after doing this, what we want to do is we want to first of all come here, right, inside this braces here, right? So we can just do this nice and clean. Then we'll take conversation, right? So this conversation, right, that we are taking, what we want to do is we want to say that we are passing in with the full conversation type on it like this, right? Then we want to bring this straight line there. Then over here we want to say user and then with the array. Nicely done. But we need to import this, so we just say what this, so we just imported it nicely. Okay, so right after doing this, what is our next move? Right now, okay, my mouse is missing. Okay, so it's here. So I'm going to hit enter. Now the next move is to basically now come and then say const. So we say const session. So const session is going to be equal to what? Use session. Okay, so use session. Then right after that, we want to come here and then get the other user. So the other user, we are going to memorize getting it. So we're going to say const other user is going to be equal to what? Conversations. Sorry, going to be equal to use memo, right? Use memo, then after we open up this curly braces. So let's import use memo. So this is use memo, it's already above here. Then let's pass in the empty dependencies, or else we can get rid of the error. So as you can see, it is here, nice and clean. Now let's quickly pass it in. So we say what? Const what? Current, say const current user email, right? Const current user email is going to be equal to what? Session dot what? Data. Okay, session. So let's fix the spelling. Session dot data dot user dot email like this. Right, nice one. Then right after doing that, we want to do some small filtering here, right? So how do we get the other user out of it? We are going to say what? Other user is going to be equal to what? Conversations conversation dot what? Users dot filter, right? Then we open this up and we see what? User is going to what? User dot email is not what? Equal to current user email, so that we can just take, we can just filter out the other user out of it. So now the other user, now that the other user has been filtered out, what we quickly want to do now is, let me format this thing well and nice, right? So right after doing that, what we want to do is we want to come and return this other user here, right? So basically can just come and return. So we'll see what? Return. Okay, the PC is slow again. What is wrong with the PC? I want to pause the video so that when it's back, okay, it's here now. So return nicely. Then we say what? Other user. So other user, then we are going to say what's the first element inside the filter, right? Then right after that, we want to come down below here, and then we want to return the other user that we created above. Other user, nice one. Okay, now that we have that, we can just come here and then session dot data dot email dot user dot email here. right? Then right after we say what conversation that's what uses. Nice one. So right after working on this hook, what we want to do is you can now go back to conversation box, right? And then that is, and just collapse this hooks here, go into the conversation box, and then we can start. So what we're going to do is, first of all, get the other user. Okay, so we say const other user const other user is going to be equal to what use other user, and right after that we want to do what pass in the data. That, so if you remember, we were supposed to be getting some data, so we are fully passing in that data. Okay, so let's refresh, and everything should be done nice and clean by now. Okay, so right after that we want to get the session, so we say const session is equal to what use session. Then we need to import the session. So importing the session, right after importing the session, what we want to do is we want to now come and then import our use router. So I'll say const router is equal to what use router, and then we are getting from next navigation. Then don't forget to initialize it nicely like this. Now we want to work on the first thing, that is going to be a handle click function. So say handle click, const handle click here. Then this handle click is basically going to be this handle click is basically going to be a callback. So say use callback, right? So use callback, and then it's not going to have any parameters. What we are going to need to do is to what take our router. So we say router dot what push. Okay, so router dot push, and where are we pushing to? We first of all take the backticks, then we bring the slash, then we see what conversations slash what data dot id. So data dot id. Nicely done. So right after that, what we want to do is we want to quickly set the dependency here. So let's set the dependency here to what data dot id and what router. Nice one. So right after signing up the handle click over here nice and clean, what we quickly want to do is we want to be able to get the last message, and we are going to be doing that with use memo. So we say const last message is going to be what last message is going to be equal to what use memo, right? Use memo, and then we open this up. Let's make sure we pass in all the necessary things. Okay, nice one. So now we are out of the errors. So this last message, we are going to do that by first of all saying what const messages, right? Then we are going to equate it with data dot what messages, okay, or nothing. So messages could be involved in the data, or they could also, or the last message could also be nothing. Okay, now based off of the results that we are going to get here is what we are going to use to determine a response in a future function that we are about to write. Okay, so now that we have been able to put this messages thing in the variable here, what we quickly want to do is very simple. We are going to come down here and then return what message, to return the messages, what messages dot length -1, right? So that is basically it. Then we make sure that we pass in what data dot messages as the dependency. So we say data dot messages as the dependency. Nice and clean. So right after doing that, what we quickly want to come and do is we want to come down here and then see what const user email. So const user email is going to what the same use memo. So let's just quickly copy this. So right after copying this inside the user email, what we are quickly going to do is very simple. We just remove this and then we just return what all we need to do is to just return session data. So session data dot user, right, dot email. Nice one. So right after doing that, we make sure that we set the dependency to what the same thing. Okay. Nice one. So right after getting the current user email here, we want to check for one more thing. Okay, so we want to check for one more thing. Now what is that one more thing that we want to check for? Right, we want to check if the user has seen, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, you're going to say const has seen. So const has seen is going to be what equal to use memo here, right? Then what we are quickly going to do is very simple. We just remove this one out, and then we can just start by, first of all, what we are going to be doing inside the scene is we want to check for the last message. So we say, oh, if there is no last message, then I need you to make sure that what and if there is no last message, I need you to make sure that you return what false. Okay, so return false over here. Okay, now that we've been able to do that, we need to come here and get the array of what seen messages. So we see what seen array, then we come here and then we come and see what last message dot seen. Nice one. So set this to an empty array, nice and clean like this. Alright, so right after creating the condition over here, what we are going to be doing here is I'm going to check again if there is no user.email. So if there is no user email here, right, what we're going to do is we want to submit false, or we want to return false to prevent any calamities. So So return what? False. Nice one. Then right after returning false for the user email over here, what we want to do is what? We want to come and return the scene array dot filter, the scene array dot filter, and then user, then what? User dot email, okay, is equal to user email. Nice one. So dot length, okay, 0. Okay, nice one. So yeah, so basically we are just trying to get all the scene all the scene messages, all the scene messages, or all the scene users array without having to add the current login user to it. Nice and clean. So right after doing that, right, so right after doing that, okay, so right after doing that, what we want to do is we want to come down, and then we want to add one last use memo, okay, and then that is going to be the last message text. So the last message text is going to what? Const what? Last message text. So the last message text is going to be what? I can just come and copy this use memo here, and then we can just paste it here. Then what we want to quickly do is, let's not forget that over here, well, over here we need to pass in a few dependencies, right? And that is going to be what? User email, and what? Last message. Nice. So right after setting this up, right, we want to quickly come down here. So okay, so that's basically what we just duplicated here, right? So we want to come down here, and then we'll see what? Last message text. Now this last message text, we are going to check for a few things. We want to see that, check if the last message has what? If the last message has image, right, then I need you to return a text that says what? Sent an image, right, or sent you a photo. Like which one? The one that you feel comfortable about, you can simply just update it like that. Nice one. So right after that, we want to also check for if the last message, so I can just copy this, paste it here, right, and then I'll see what? Check if the last message had a body. If it did, if the last message did have a body, then we want to return what? Last message dot body. Last message dot body. Okay, nice one. Nice and clean. So right after setting this up, we want to make sure that right after setting this up, we want to make sure that we can come down here and then clean this last return over here, and then we can simply just see what? Started a new conversation. So what? Started a new conversation. Nice and clean. Let's quickly make the conversation small, nice and clean. Alright, now that we have this working out the way we want it to work, let's not forget to add our last dependency, which is what? Last message. Okay, now it is time for us to now style and add elements to our conversation box, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, let's not waste too much time. The first thing we're going to do is inside here we open up this brackets, and then we are going to do it. We're going to pass in main w 0, and then that should basically give us the this div here, right? Then right after that, what we want to do again is what? Flex 1. Okay, so that is basically it. Then right after that, we want to create this other div here, and it's going to be focus outline nice and clean like this. Nice one. Then right after doing that, what we quickly want to do is we want to create another div with the first class name being flex. Then inside we basically added like a bunch of other class names, and that is going to be what? Justify between item center and mb1. Nice one like this. Okay, nice one. So right after setting that one up, quickly want to come here, create a p tag, and then inside this p tag here we want to simply pass in what? Data.name, and that is going to be for group chats data.name, or what? Current user, sorry, other user dot what? Name. Nice one. So once you save, you should be able to see the new changes made in real time. Now right after we were able to do that, we need to, so as you can see they are here now. Now right after we were able to do that, we needed to basically, or we need to basically create this time. So we need to create this timestamp, right? So for the timestamp, you might not see it right now because obviously there are no chats inside, there are no messages inside the conversation, so you will not see, but there's a way to look at it for the meantime though. So but yeah, the first thing is you're going to have to pass in last message. So you're checking for the last message, right? Dot created at okay, nice one. Then right after that, we want to say what? Then so last message dot created at, then we have what? The double ampersand. That means we want to render out something. So what are we trying to render out? We say this p tag, right? And then this p tag is going to have like a bunch of class names, and that is good. And the first class name is going to be what? Text s text xs. So that is like extra small. So text xs. So extra small. Then we have what? Text gray, what? Text gray 400. Okay, 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 text gray 400. Okay, then right after doing that, we want to make sure that we set the font light nicely, and then inside this we want to pass in this format method, right? But we can't access the format method until we install a package, and that package is called what? datefns. So for the datefns, we're just going to do what? npm I datefns, then we just give him a legacy pldeps. So legacy pldeps. Alright, so yeah, once it's installing, let us quickly pass in the format. So format, and then we are going to say what? New date, then inside this new date we are going to say what? Last message. So last message what? Dot created at. Then what else do we run? Just bring in the comma and then pass in the p small letter, and that should basically be it, and that should help us display our time pertaining to the conversation, right? Okay, so now that we have been able to set this up, what else is next? That is basically going to be the last thing that we are going to be working on, and that last thing is going to be what? Is going to be the last message text. Okay, so but like before we work on the last message text, I want us to quickly come here, right above here. Okay, right above here. Okay, so let's not waste too much time, right? This one has to install. I don't know why it's still wasting time. Let me quickly copy this and then try to reinstall it again. Okay, nice one. So let's not worry, let's just come and then pass in this styling. So we'll say what? P. Okay, so we'll say P, and then this is also another P tag. Then this P tag is basically going to be holding what? The last message text. Last message text. Okay, nice one. So after this P holding the last message text, we need to be able to work on the stylings, right? So for that, we're going to have to add a class name. Then this class name here is going to be the one with the CLSX. Okay, so that should basically appear for us to import nicely. Then right after that, we can simply use the back text here. Nice. Okay, so nice. So here it is, right? Okay, yeah. So now that we have that inside here, what we're going to do is we're just going to pass in truncate, and we're going to say what? Text sm, nice and clean. Then we'll come down here. After this, we'll bring this comma and then come here and come and write what? Has seen. So for has seen, you can set it to what? Text gray. So text gray what? 500. But if not, you can set it to what? Text black. Text black and font medium. Okay, nice one, nice and clean. So right after setting it up like this, what we want to do is, okay, so it is done installing, so we can simply just import it from our datefns. Okay, it should be able to import. Okay, the snippet is not showing because for some reason VS Code has decided to become slow, so I guess we are going to have to import it manually. So let's come here and then import. So we'll see what what we are going to say is what, just take the format from what, let's take the format module from, or the format method from what, date fns. That is all. Then as you can see, it is looking like this, but we are not done at all. There is one more thing that we need to work on, and that is going to be, we need to wrap all of these around one whole div. So let's create this div. Okay, VS Code has become slow for some weird reason. Okay, so I guess I have to create the div from scratch. Yeah, so this is the div. I'll cut it and then I'll come and paste it here. Nice one. Okay, so this div that we have been able to use to expand, right? What we are going to be doing is, first of all, we need to pass in the onClick. First of all, we need to be able to pass in the onClick, and then this onClick is basically going to do what, handle click. And if you remember, we have the handle click that we created on top over there, right? Nice one. So after doing a handle click or passing the handle click, we need to work on class names. So we need to work on a few class names to style it to our liking. We are going to be using the CLSX. Okay, then let's not forget to open up the backticks, and then what we are going to do is, first of all, we are going to say wfull, then relative, then we say what, flex, then we say what, item center, right? Then we say what, space x3, right? Then we say what, hover bg100, hover bg, so hover bg neutral 100. Nice one. Then right after that, what are we going to say? We are going to say rounded lg, then we say what, transition, then right after that we say what, cursor pointer, and then p3, So right after working on this, we can just come here, bring in this comma, and we can just come and then write a conditional styling over here. So you want to check for selected. So in case it is selected, you want to come and then write a few stylings, and then if it's not, we'll make sure we fill in those stylings too as well. So in case it is selected, let's make sure that the bg neutral is 100. So bg neutral is 100, and in case it's not, we make sure that it's what, white. So bg white, nice and clean. Okay, so right after doing that, we need to pass in the last element, that is going to be our avatar. So we see what avatar, and then we would import it directly. So I need it to appear so I can import it. Okay, it looks like NextJS has become slow, so let us import it like this. I would import it above, don't worry. Then we'll pass in the user prop, and then that user prop is going to be what, other user. Nice. So okay, so that is the avatar that I'm going to import from here. So I'll quickly say import avatar from, so okay, I don't know why the snippets are not appearing, but I kind of need them to complete this a whole lot more easier. So avatar would be, I just went back and I went back again, I can go back again. Okay, it's here now. There's no need, I just have to, once, since it's here now, I can just import it directly like this. Nice one. So right after importing it nicely like this, when we expand, we should basically see that, okay, it's loading up, and then you can see that this is it for our messages. And in case you want to see the time here, okay, I don't know why this is not showing. Let us check. There has to be an icon that has to be showing. Let us quickly check what is wrong. So the PC is a little slow, but we should be able to check. Okay, so inside the conversation list, so md group add, okay, okay, I'm sure maybe it's my internet connection, because everything seems fine, but if we are working in the future and we realize that it's not fine, then we'll make sure that we fix it, because right now, as I can tell from the code, it is exactly how we expected it to it is exactly how it has to be. So maybe it's the internet, or we need to change the icon. I don't know, but this is the best icon that I was able to find for it. So yeah, I mean that should basically do it for us. Okay, now if you want to view the time that the message was uploaded, all you can do is you can remove this. This is just to, quickly show you how the time will look like, right? And then as you can see, if we save, you can see that it is showing here nice and clean. Okay, so let's revert back to it. So okay, nice and clean. So yes, that is basically it for setting up our conversations